nigga up too strong, I'm gonna move on.
Swagger on diamonds just Sakasha trying to pick my brain and judge me like a book. I don't got many likes, but I got a lot of looks. My picture on the news, they trying to label me a crook. They say I do too much, I say I'm off the hook. They ask me where I've been, I say I just came from the hood. Smelling loud off this good, the whole day out in Jug. These niggas wanna go to war, man, I wish they would. Oakland like Baghdad in my neck of the woods.
Rest in peace, my nigga Lil E, man.
At the roots, he let the beats build, bitch. And we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section. Cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it G. Always be the same me. While I'm solid, boy, they can't change me. No.
What's going on? What's going on, man? We live from the boxing section, man. What's going on? What's going on? Jalen, what's going on, big dog? Appreciate you for being the first one to always slide through. We back again. It's Wire Wednesday, so you know we're gonna make it work. Hell of a weekend in boxing. You know what I'm saying? It was great. Now, this weekend is another great weekend in boxing. It's really only one fight that I can think of right now, which is going to be a good one. As much shit as Chris Colbert talked, he is a good fighter. And I do want to see how he's going to perform. I'm not really sure about the undercard, but shit, you know what I mean? I'm a boxing fan. G Trey, what's up with it, man? What's going on? What's going on? Yeah, so I'm excited though, man. I'm excited. Shout out to the Phoenix Suns, man, for handling their business. I really hope my dude's times comes through today. Big Tank, what's going on, man?
All right, mic check, 1 2 1 2.
Man, if Big Tank is in the building, you already know what time it is, man. It's Wire Wednesday.
Okay, we in here. Everything good?
Sir.
Okay, cool. Now I gotta see how to simulcast this bad boy. So add my YouTube. Let me go to YouTube.
You know we live though.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you want to go off live so we can do this? So we won't have to do the whole setup like we did last time. An explanation while we on live. Reggie was like, man, y'all talking like y'all on the phone.
Man, we already live. We already started, man. I ain't no coming back.
Man, you just told me on the phone we wasn't gonna be live.
Man, I know what was going on, man. It took you a minute to log in and shit. I was like, well, shit. I guess I said let's start this shit.
It's because y'all got me using this Chrome, so everything was not dialed up and set up the same way. So every time, like you sent me the link in my IG, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I had to put IG on Chrome because it was already on my Firefox, and everything was already set up, all the passwords and everything, so I could just click, and then be in there and get the link or whatever. But with Chrome not being on the laptop, I had to re-put Instagram, redo all that stuff. Put my other channel on here, IETV and Movie Talk. Okay, let me see.
I mean, we ain't mad. What's going on, G Trey? We gonna make it work, man. Highly anticipated, man. Salute to my brother, man. What's happening? I'll be right back. I'm gonna get this laptop, and that we get this show started, man. At least we can get down to watching Wire, and everything else can come secondary, but the Wire comes first.
Sorry, some light first. Let there be light. Cool down. All right, let me see. YouTube. No, not Web Store.
All right, we back. We are back. Damn it. Tank, can you hear me?
Yeah, I just got my mic on mute.
Okay, for sure. All right, I'm gonna just talk. I'm gonna talk some shit real quick because we're gonna get it queued up. So episode 2. If y'all see the background, y'all know what's up. You dig what I'm saying? If you see the background, you know what's up. You know, that was a very important part to season 2. Episode 2. Yeah, how the hell we gonna watch more than that? Yeah, I mean, nigga, we don't want to go. We can't go. It's Wired Wednesday, so we gotta have some other shit going. Yeah, so we gotta kind of do it like that because if we want to keep it going, you know what I mean. If we want to keep it going, we gotta do it like that. Eli, pull up, Eli. Yeah, getting everything queued up.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Good.
Mic check. Come on, man. What happened to my sound?
Look, echo ain't never hurt nobody. Man.
Hear you now. Can you hear me? Mic check.
Absolutely. Good.
All right. So what I need to do is I need to now log in from my phone, from my other device, right, to my IETV Movie Talk channel, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
PJ, what's going on, man? Salute to you, my brother.
Here.
Mo Jones, salute to you, my brother. Appreciate you.
Do not disturb. Okay, now what? I'm on there, so now what do I do? I'm logged on to my other account.
Okay, so then you hit the share button.
I thought you said something about I gotta put my link in the chat or something like that. He said, and then you have to accept it or something like that. Because if I share it, it's just gonna show your screen. It won't be my setup or nothing like that. He said. Because remember how he did it? It was like a Mark Nash show, but it was the boxing section. So he didn't. You remember that?
Well, shit. Put your link in the chat then.
Okay.
DJ, what's up, DJ? Reese, bro, what's going on, big fella? What's happening?
could have sworn he said I had to put my link in your chat and you got to click on it or something. God, what the fuck he said?
I just thought I thought he said all you gotta do is click share, and then you can share it to your live stream.
Oh, bro, that's why we already know how to do that. That's just putting your show on my screen. But he did it to where he had your whatever you was doing on. Remember, we was off air, and then he had it on Mark Nash's channel. He had it on the Mark Nash channel, Breaking Beats. The whole setup was on his StreamYard. You know, remember? And he was like, he said the easy way to do it is to share it, but there's a way to simulcast it.
Okay, so what you can do is, I think he was saying, let me see this shit. Let me try this shit right here.
Yeah, that's what we've been trying to do, bro. I know how to share it. That's what we did the last time.
Hold on, let me get this off of YouTube and shit. we're gonna make a shake, man. We'll get this shit shaking. Don't worry about it. We'll get it shaking. Get this off of YouTube and shit.
Here. What's up, everybody? First and foremost, create broadcast from IETV.
Matter of fact, that's what you got to do. You gotta go live, right? From your you gotta go live from your shit.
Right.
You gotta go live from your StreamYard, and then I share your StreamYard to mine.
Okay, let me do that real quick.
That's how we do it.
Create broadcast.
I mean, y'all make sure y'all go to DB channel and subscribe, man. Most of y'all niggas should be subscribed to that nigga channel already. Yes, sir.
Enter studio. Go live, right? Go live.
Yep, go live from your StreamYard.
Go live, go live. And then I go, how do I share? Where's the share link?
Share your link.
Post comment, broadcast info setting, layout.
Listen, I'm going to take it from your YouTube channel. That's what I'm telling you. I want to just go live so that way you go live on your laptop from your computer. And I want to stream it from, I'm going to stream it here.
That's what we're doing. We're backwards because I'm going live from my phone. We talking right now on my laptop. So I got to switch it.
Well, shit. Put the link in the chat. Just put that link in the chat so I can just grab it and shit. Cause are you live on your page right now? Are you live on the
IETV and Movie Talk? It should be live.
I don't see nothing on here. Hold on. Let me refresh this, John. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. I'm finna. Shit.
Okay, I'm putting it in the chat now.
All right. All right. So now we should be able to do both. Right? Let me see.
I don't see nothing different on my end, but that could be because I don't even know what to look for.
Yeah, shit, me either.
Brand new.
Fuck. Yeah, we're gonna have to wait on that fucking Mark Nash.
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait on the engineer. But let me go ahead and get queued up. Yeah, we're gonna have to wait on Mark Nash to engineer us over here. Because we're trying to simulcast on both our channels. Wait on Mark Nash to engineer us over here. Because we're trying to simulcast on both of our channels.
Shit, I'm
let me use my other one because that gave us some kind of echo, right?
Well, I'm backstage on yours.
Okay, you heard that. Okay.
So open it up. Put me in your show.
I got you. Back to the screen.
All right. So what I'm gonna do? Send the StreamYard to my phone.
Hold on.
All right. So what I'm gonna do? Send the StreamYard to my phone. All right. So what I'm gonna do?
It kicked you off, huh?
No, I kicked myself off.
Okay. That echo. I'm trying to figure out how to get rid of that echo.
Nigga, send that link to my phone. Send that link to my phone. So send it to me on Instagram and I can get on. Shit, I don't know how to do this shit, man.
Hey, look, Kyle, I was over here moving my other device away from me. Because I think once it gets the feedback from my... Hey, look, Kyle, I was over here moving my other device away from me. Because I think once it gets the feedback from my headset, but then you won't be able to hear me. And then it's kind of echo that I don't know how to get rid of either.
Can you hear me?
And then it's kind of echo.
All right, put me on your...
I don't know how to get rid of it. RB said and let him backstage on mine.
So put me on the show.
Let him backstage on mine.
All right, now mute one of the mics though. It's muted. How come I'm still getting that feedback? Mute your mic. Mute this mic.
I'm using the wrong one. Hold on.
All right, can you hear me, dog? Can you hear me?
I'm using the wrong one. Hold on. I hear you. Can you hear me without that feedback?
On this one, yeah.
Okay. So
can you hear me?
I'm using the wrong one. I hear you. Can you hear me without that feedback? Damn, now.
On this one, yeah.
Okay. So
hey, this shit fucked up. We gotta do this. We gotta end this shit. We gotta just wait to do some other shit. Hey, this shit fucked up. We gotta end.
I'm gonna end mine and we can go from the regular scheduled program.
Yeah,
that's why I said we gotta do this shit not on live and just done.
Yeah, we're gonna get our shit together, man. We're gonna get our shit together. Hey, fuck y'all. We're gonna be all right. Yeah, Cam fell asleep and shit. You know what I mean? That nigga stay falling asleep now. He done changed his schedule and shit. All right, Tank, you gotta unmute your mic, man, so we can get this shit started. Hey, Cam, you hopping on?
Hold on, give me a minute. All right, I'm back. Here we go. Now let me get my episode queued up real quick.
You ready?
Nope. Let me get my episode queued up.
Shit, I gotta get my episode queued up while we bullshit.
What I did is I went ahead and I watched the episode earlier today again so that I could see where the times would be kind of silent or semi-silent to chime in and speak on what's happening in the scene without talking over the dialogue.
Okay. Mark Nash just shared the link, so I believe he's coming on in a second. If not, if not, I know he probably sleeping shit. Okay.
Mark Nash, DB, and whoever else is in the chat. I'm not looking at the chat, so I don't know who's in. I think Robert Brown is in here because he was trying to get on the upstream.
All right, so where should we go? At what second do you want to try to pull this shit off?
Oh, zero is always the best.
Oh shit. You got to your Marcus said go type shit.
Huh?
Cause see, I gotta stream it to my TV and stuff like that, so that's why I always ask you.
This is what I don't understand though. Not to cut you off, but I'm gonna do it. I hate when people say that because I just did it, right? I'm gonna cut you off anyway. But we all started on zero the last time, and as the show went, like it was playing at different speeds, and I wasn't hitting pause. So how are we getting on different times?
Because I had to stream mine to my computer.
What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Like, does that mean it buffers or something?
No, I had to. So basically, I had to stream my wire to my TV from my phone. So it took a while to get to my TV. See what I'm saying? But now I'm already queued up. I'm on zero right now, and we just gotta say on your mark and say go, and then
okay. So we're on zeros. I'm on zero as well.
All right. In 5.
Everybody, hold on. Is it everybody in the chat, let us know when y'all queued up or y'all already queued up on episode 2, season 1 of The Wire. Watch this with us so it makes sense what we're saying if we chime in, because there's going to be some dead silence because we are listening to the dialogue and we want you guys to enjoy it with us. That is the purpose of this rewatch. We watching along with you, but you have to use your own copy. Whether it's on streaming it on HBO Max, if you have the DVDs, pop your DVD in, set your DVD to season 1, episode 2 at the 0 mark, at the very beginning. So at the 0 mark. And at the 0 mark is when we are going to do our countdown and tell you to play so that we are on the same page. So we don't just have dead silence. Anybody that's listening to this on the replay, do the same thing on the replay. If you're listening to this on the replay, set your wire to season 1, episode 2 at the 0 mark. And on our countdown, you will push play as well. So it's not just quote unquote dead silence on the air or anything like that. We are watching The Wire. All right. And Kyle and I are going to give our feedback as we go. We're going to try to find areas where there is little to no dialogue, so we're not talking over the dialogue, and we're going to try to get our little points out real quick, and then continue with the show as we go. Put your questions or comments in the chat as we go, and at the end of the episode, I'm going to go through the comments because Kyle will probably most likely go to sleep. I'm going to go through every comment that has anything to do with this episode of The Wire. And I'm going to try to elaborate on the comments after the show. All right. And then we're going to talk about this episode after we watch it and see where we are in the story and make sense of what it is that we're seeing. All right. That's going to be the format moving forward.
For sure. And everybody, make sure y'all say what's up to Tay Jones, man. That's a solid. Jones. That's my fucking guy, man. I'm telling you, that's my dog, man. I can't wait till his next fight. I'm going to that motherfucker, and he better not tell me he gotta just let me buy the ticket and go. The link is in the chat, Rob. You have to catch up real quick because we finna get it started. I got new sin, right? Kobe.
And I'm ready when you are. Kyle, your countdown, bro.
All right. What's up, Rob?
RD.
What's good, fam? Y'all all right?
Yeah, yes, good, King.
All right. So you queued up? Everybody, you queued up? You queued up, ready to go? Rob, you ready?
Good to go, bro.
Yo, what up? Robert, y'all queued up? Y'all on season 1, episode 2 at the 0 mark?
Hold on.
Ready to go.
I gotta set that on my other phone then, I guess. Right, hold on. Let me do that real quick. That's what I'm trying to do now. All right, let me do this real swift. The swiftness. Wide.
Y'all forget my old ass friends, man, on the playback, man. Y'all forget my old ass friends that's behind in technology.
Season 1.
Season 1, episode 2 at the 0 mark. And we're gonna try to find dead spots to chime in as quickly as possible when we can, so that we're not talking over the dialogue, so the people that's watching it for the first time can kind of grasp the story and what's going on. It ain't gonna be easy, most likely, because we ain't gonna all be able to squeeze in the same little spots. So whoever got to get something off first.
Episode what? 2. Episode 3, right? 2. All right.
What's going on, man?
2.
Hey,
all right.
Real quick, fellas. Real quick. Shout out Taylor Bell. He has a company where he gets a lot of the e-commerce, like phone cases and screen protectors and all that type of stuff, man. Make sure y'all hit that man up and support that brother 100%. He got all type of everything he needs, like the earbuds, everything. So y'all make sure y'all support Taylor Bell's company. Put your Instagram in the chat, Taylor Bell, so everybody can see your Instagram, so everybody can support you.
TB, what it do?
All right, I'm set. So
D Hodges, what's up, baby? It's my dog, D Hodges, man.
D Hodges.
Good, man. My man Tay Jones. Hey, listen, man. Tay Jones is a bad motherfucker, man. You know what I'm saying? Buffed in a motherfucker too. Strong ass nigga.
DJ need to be on this platform too, man. You got to get your ass on this panel.
It's a lot of trouble he at right now. Listen,
okay. Yeah, no doubt.
You don't get on the panel, it's loud than a motherfucker.
Yeah, no doubt.
So that's all we need.
Tay Jones.
You get that on the panel, that means it's loud there.
In the building. I need Tay to get me on this these workouts. My brother lost about 50 pounds and shit between camps. That kinesiology to the test over here to use. But all right, y'all, I'm ready. Hope y'all ready. We at the 0 mark, episode 2 in season 1 of The Wire, and we're gonna get ready to count down.
Everybody queued up.
Salute, Mark, you ready? You queued up, Mark?
No. I'm late, but I got
Yeah.
HBO. Look, no. I got. Hold on, listen, man. Look, I've been listening to y'all talk, but I didn't have my thing. My laptop went to sleep. Just give me 1 second, but I got HBO Max, and it's a brand new Mac, so it's super fast. It's the M1 Mac. Give me 1 quick second, but actually, y'all can go ahead, and at some point, y'all just give me a marker of where y'all at, and I'll speed up.
Okay, but we don't want to.
But we definitely share.
We all starting at 0, 0, 0, because that way, nigga, everybody's really close. Not that timestamp shit fucked us up last week. So let's hurry up and get this shit rocking and rolling.
In the meantime, I want to tell you, man, thank you for being consistent. This is a dope concept. I shared it on my channel in the community tab to let people know about Wire Wednesdays. It's something special, something different. It's a unique show. Nobody else on the YTBC or in YouTube period is doing what you guys are doing. So I just want to say salute to that.
For sure. Now, in the meantime, hurry your ass up, Mark, because we can't leave you behind, man. You the brains of the operation.
No, I'm not. No. Tank is the professor. I'm the guy. Who's the guy who hold the clicker for the professor and like go to next slide? What would that be?
The TA.
Yeah, I'm the TA, man. I'm the TA. I'm just trying to get my credits for graduation. All right, so it's pulling up right now. HBO Max, season 1, episode 2.
All right. Everybody in chat, give me a thumbs up if you're ready. Give me a thumbs up if you're ready in the chat. If you watching,
hey Kyle, are you staying the whole time, or are we gonna open the phone lines up at the end of this episode?
I'm gonna tell you what we're gonna do. Because whenever I go to sleep, I wake up and I watch the playback. Y'all be on some bullshit. So what I'm gonna do is, since Centos old ass ain't on here, after we do the show, we're gonna let Tank break everything down like he always do, and y'all niggas, we going to sleep. I'm already be asleep, but Tank is gonna finish it off. All right.
So no phone line tonight.
Yeah, hell no.
Cool. I just need to know if I need to set it up.
All right. All right.
Hey,
what channel I go to? God damn.
In other words, when this episode ends, if you want to jump on the panel, you got to jump on the panel before Kyle goes to sleep, so he can let you in. If you want to chop it up and have a conversation about this episode, that's how you do it. You got to catch it before Kyle bounce. Once you hear him hit drop the little E quote, it is a wrap. You see little E face on your screen, you better jump on the panel immediately.
So they need to be up here before the show ends, technically. before we get to the last part.
That damn show better.
Because when the episode ends, he's gonna do his goodbye, you know what I'm saying, and then do his drop, and then he's gonna bounce. But he's gonna wait till the episode ends. What up, D-Hod? Just you queued up? You ready to go?
Yeah, hey, if you're not queued up,
we just got to catch up after the opening credits or something. At some point, can y'all put a timestamp in the chat or the private chat at some point to let us know where y'all at? Like,
we all gonna be on the same. We all gonna be in the same playing field because we finna start at the same exact time. D-Hodges, do you have it on, D-Hodges? I think he just got it on just in case I get off. All right, so
let me say something to Mark real quick before you start us up, Kyle. To Mark's point, that's a great idea. If you get lost or if we're talking about something that you're not seeing, put that in the private chat. If you're on the panel, put it in the private chat and ask where people are, and then we'll communicate that way. Good shit, Mark. Go ahead, Kyle. I'm good.
Yeah, shout out to Kenlo Jones, man. He just gave
zero. Look,
I don't want to slow it up no more. I'm gonna go ahead on and I'm gonna switch from this computer to the laptop. So y'all go ahead and I'm gonna use my Fire Stick over here. And I felt bad bragging about the new Mac and this shit bullshit.
Without further ado, I'm pointing down and y'all gonna push play. All right. On
listen,
3.
I'm gonna spell out wire. So on when I say E, everybody gotta push play. You
Is
ready?
that the new? Is this a new wire or old wire? They got a new wire.
Are you
You
kidding
guys,
me?
you fucking
Are you
kidding?
new?
I don't know. I don't got You know what I'm saying? I got HBO now because I'm at my mom's house. But when I'm at
Yeah.
Dad's crib, we don't got no HBO. So I just, which HBO they got 1, 2, 3. I'm trying to find it so I could join y'all.
Look,
Ooh.
HBO. Look,
On
first of
demand.
all,
You gotta
first
go.
of all, stop writing your name on the orange juice. No, I'm joking. I'm
Hey,
joking. No, D Hodges, they
You
got
know,
HBO Max.
but you,
Okay,
but you
hold
know,
on.
well, you know
You got
me.
demand? Do you got
You know I
demand?
got Dad. Yeah, you know I got
Look,
Dad,
I
Mark
know.
Nash.
But look, HBO. It's HBO Max. That's the app. Or if you got a Fire Stick, or if you got
Listen,
a
if
crack
you
I
screen.
just sit back and yeah, that's too much.
Listen.
I listen to y'all.
Listen to me. Listen to me. If you got HBO at your mom's house, then you could go on demand. So you go on demand and then you go to The Wire, and it's episode 2.
That's too much. I just chill back and listen to y'all commentate, and I just make comments. I don't got time for all that. That's too much right now. Everybody's sleeping in the house, and yeah. So but I'll
This
keep
nigga
it.
right here, bro.
You already know. You already know, nigga Mark Nash. That's like he knew, nigga. You already know, nigga.
D Hodges, you know we love you, bro. We love you. Mute your mic, bro. We about to
You hear
get
me, D
started.
Hodges? We're gonna try when we chime in. We're not gonna talk. We're gonna try our best not to talk over the dialogue.
We're gonna lose Tay. We're gonna lose Tay Jones and shit, man.
We're gonna lose the whole fucking chat if we don't start now.
All
Let's
right.
get it. Let's get it.
W.
Spell it out, Kyle.
Nigga. W. I. R. E.
That's the witness, all right. One from the Barstow case.
Nigga.
Garen William, 41 years. Single headshot, close range. Bullet pancake on inner skull. Ain't necessarily what it looks like, no. Man is walking down the street in West Baltimore. Out of Texas.
All right. Fellas, is the song on right now for y'all?
Yep. Song is on.
All right.
Yeah, I'm at the 2 minute and 15 second mark.
Hold on. Let me see.
I could tell somebody was already behind because by the audio, whoever was playing the audio. I'm at 2:30 right now.
That was mine and shit. Damn, we tried our best, man.
All right, so as we see, we started right where from where the end of the last episode picked off. At the end of the last episode, we saw that the dead body that we see on the coroner's table is Gant from the trial with D'Angelo Barksdale, and he was the one that wouldn't be bought. So he testified against D'Angelo Barksdale and pointed him out in court. And at the end of the episode, D'Angelo saw the police find his dead body. So that's where we are right now.
Okay.
Let's get it.
Tank. I'm at 3 minutes and 18 seconds. Where you at?
About the same spot. We had 3.
Through what? Tank, where you at?
3:33.
All right, we're same exact spot.
All right, cool. Now, as y'all can see, the detail is now put together, and Lieutenant is taking his team, and they're finding that the police department has given them their own space to do the detail, but it is clearly in the basement of the department.
The same
Lieutenant
place.
Daniels, Herc, Santangelo. I think I've seen his Carver's walking in the door right now. And they are realizing that they've been given a basement office.
Like D. Hodges.
Under the power vested in me by the Circuit Court of Baltimore City, I absolve you of all your sins, Detective. No. You are my sin, you know that? Talking to you, my major's ready to cut my throat. Jimmy, you knew I was going to make that call, admit it. Yeah, I didn't think you were going to straight up hang me out on the line in a shitstorm. Look, it's not like it was when I was a prosecutor. I'm a judge now. The rules are different. You missed the spot. Yeah, well, what's done is done.
And McNulty's about to fuck up again.
To real life, he took the clip out, boss. But not the one in the chamber. Oh, I forgot the one in the chamber. And, well, shit. I'm sorry, Lieutenant. One right on it? Right on what? You let one go, you got it right. Gotta justify the use of deadly force. Against the blast of war. It's It's an accident, okay? Give me a fucking break already. Your name is what? Chris Beluski. More than you, right? Cantrell section. Not exactly. Lieutenant Cantrell, he sent me to casualty section a couple months back. And I passed out a casualty. You came here from casualty section?
Man, this shit is right, though. Good with the hot sauce, too, though.
Most definitely.
No dip. Nothing.
Nah, go ahead.
Man, whoever missed these, yo, he off the hook. What? Purple got the bone all the way out the damn chicken. So he came along, niggas been chewing on drumsticks and shit, getting their fingers all greasy. He said, they eat the bone. Never had meat up mixed real money.
You think the man got paid?
Who?
Man, who really did?
Shit, you richer than them motherfuckers.
Why? You think you get a percentage?
Why not?
Nigga, please. The man who invented them things, just some sad ass down at the basement of McDonald's. Picking up some shit to make some money for the real place. Nah, man. Right? Fuck what? It ain't about right. It's about money. Now, you think Ronald McDonald gonna go down that basement and say, hey, Mr. Nugget, you the bomb. We selling chicken faster than you can tear the bone out. So I'm gonna write my clowny ass name on this fat ass check for you. And the nigga who invented them things, still working in the basement for regular wage, nickel some shit to make the fries taste better, some shit like that. Believe.
Still have the idea, though. Who?
Pet my hole, couple of trunks from property.
Another.
Why would you? They haven't made a case in 10 years. I also got handed some kidney, Presbolowski or Presbolowski.
Presbolowski. Him, I know.
Yeah. Why was he in casualty?
Shot up his own car. You remember?
He did what?
He fired 2 clips into an unmarked car somewhere out in West Baltimore. Called in a signal 13 on the radio like he was under fire from a sniper. You didn't hear about that? He stuck to his story for half a day till ballistics matched the bullet to his own figure. They almost indicted him for false reports.
Why did you?
He's got some kind of suction in the mayor's office.
Rhonda, my point is, I can't bill him what you regardless of it.
So learn the deputy, right? You got a zero on this. Why not?
I asked the deputy for manpower. He then tells property to send me 2 men, and special will send 2 more. Those shit lieutenants, they know it's a chance to dump their dead wood. The deputy, he knows this too. He could have off delivered pick who I wanted, but he didn't. He sent me a message on this.
And the message is?
Don't dig in. Don't get fancy. You put a quick charge on this Barksdale and then get out. He sends me good police, I might get it into my head to do good police work. What if he states a chief's office?
No.
Rhonda, darling, it's bad protocol for me to ask for help and then trash the help I'm getting. You on your
No way. My office doesn't play that way. You people staff your cases, you bring us casework. I cross that line and like piss everyone off. Best I can do is tell my unit chief that you drew shit. He wants to take it upstairs and have someone call the deputy for operations. It's his choice.
That won't happen.
Probably not. Make lemonade.
Kayla, where are you taking us? What?
No cream chicken. I am a goddamn elephant.
Oh, rest now just went through my shoe, man. I need techniques to get behind this bullshit.
Kima? Send it back. Kima, if you don't mind me asking, what is it that you do? I'm not to ask.
Now they're already showing the difference between the incompetent detectives that they have on the detail and the competent detectives that they have on the detail. You see the scene with Daniels. You saw the scene with Daniels talking to the assistant U.S. attorney about the detectives that he had, and then she's explaining to him Presbeluski and his incidents, his former incidents, and then says that he has suction with the mayor's office. That's why he got away with shooting up his own car and trying to pretend like it was a sniper, and he didn't get fired. And then now they cut from that to showing Kima Greggs on the rooftop with Herc and Carver actually doing police work. But still, there's a difference between them and her. And now we see Bunk and McNulty approaching D'Angelo and Bodie in the pit.
Ain't gonna put that one on me. Here with
Hey, Bodie's a fucking G, bro. He was one of my favorite characters on the show and shit.
Mine too. If y'all know who that is with the red hat on in the middle, Lee Bay and Stinkum, put it in the chat.
Something's up. What? I don't know. You'll come. Listen, you should go to the African back. Especially the red one. You see
Kilo, it's in the description. I put the episode in season in the description.
All I see is some stuck up bank bitch waiting for the CAB half the time you or me. And she's fucking telling us what to do. It ain't right. You think it's right? Yo, man, shut up for just a minute. I'm trying to concentrate on this shit here. Nice truck. Oh? Makes you fresh, Lindsay fresh. If y'all gonna arrest me, then go to fuck ahead and arrest me. If not, shut the fuck up. You want to be arrested? No. Shut the fuck up your own self. Fuck y'all, man. I'm out of here. Hey, D'Angelo. You better bend the fuck over. Man, y'all ain't got nothing else to do today? Nothing. Y'all ain't got no charge. Hey, you getting awfully close, man. You going to force or some shit?
Stringer Bell's a fucking genius, man. He already knew what the fuck was going on and got the fuck up out of there. And see, the thing is, man, Kima is sharp.
Ozzy still carrying a gun and badge. You know, Valchek in Southeast? Son-in-law. I can't carry all this. You know who's special to me? Polk and Mahone. Between the two of them, I have a designated driver. But I already gave you some of the punch. Mr. Freeman, a couple of house cam. I can't even find this gun. I would, but I can't. David helps with my word, okay? I can't help it. The press is fucking guy's daughter. If not for that, he's going, no question. See, that's such a voucher. Yeah, cross him on this one. Fuck for the next round of promotions. For Christ's sake, Cedric, I'm right there with you on the short list for major. Voucher is such a first just in the credit club, and they got such with the man. And I'm the one with here. Okay? So give me some. No way. Give me signal. He's my best man. You can't take my best man. I'm taking your words from nothing. How about time? I'm working drugs in West Bronx. I need a black guy for surveillance. I need to sit. You know what the president this morning? Tell me. Put a bullet through a wall, drive by to the detail office. No promise, but you give me a signal and I'll carry Chris Brewster for as long as I can. Fine, Senator. Fuck, whatever. Jesus Christ. How'd you handle the judge?
I told him we were looking closely at the situation. I asked him not to say anything publicly.
So then he's not going to go public, right? Judge Phelan called this morning, crying about a witness in his murder trial was killed.
Somebody turn their sound down because we had different spots, so it's messing up my audio or messing up what I can hear where I'm at.
Okay, so the thing to do is reassure the judge. Keep him off his damn soapbox. And arrest the two would help. But it's true. What if Barksdale ordered the murder of a six witness? Are you serious? Why would anyone do that after a witness testified? There's no effect on the case. Bullshit. I know there could be 2 dozen other reasons for this man to be living. But what pre-trial? No witness protection program. This is a poor fucking city, gentlemen. The last thing we ever need to do is to announce we lost the witness. I mean, it's hard enough fishing telling the police work through that courthouse as it is.
You gotta pull McNulty off this. Who caught the murder case? Bunk Moreland, McNulty's wife. You have to pull him in.
No. You pull McNulty up, the judge will bring the press into this. I can see that a mile away. No, we gotta sit tight. Let McNulty take his best shot and hope like hell he comes up short.
How do you want to handle this? No, you got nothing of him. You try to front and see right through us. He's scared now. Part of my case? Yes, sir.
See, if y'all notice, they trying to fuck McNulty and his pride. So just watch out for that.
Right. And but their approach is faulty because their approach is hope that he doesn't go anywhere with his case. But his commanding officer knows better. That's why he said you got to take McNulty off this case.
You hear me? Rawls is giving you up. What the fuck did I do? You can't shut your mouth. You think that downtown judge is gonna bail your ass out on this? You really think that? You should have come to me. We bring this business to the deputy first. We got a shot. But no, you out there all alone. Jump back. You got the deputies here? On this case, I do. Yeah, how come they said every word was hump and plain clothes? You asked for men, they said he drunks and fuck ups. I want to do this case. So do I. Then you can get all the way in, Lieutenant. So you get all the way in, I know who you are, what you're about. You don't know Barksdale. Nephew of the king. Someone beat the murder. Yeah. What do you have to connect with the dead witness? Why'd you pick him up? Wrestling? You work out at Flexi shows? You don't need her. Funk me, we got our own rhythm. You want me in McNulty? I thought you said you wanted me in. You're along with this interview, but it's homicide's place to let him know. Yeah, you might want to run the tag and tag on these trucks. Scopes, Jack and Kid.
Been there. Info's already in the file. Y'all weren't the only lawman down in the canyon.
Really? Where were you? I mean, the thing of it is, I can't see a reason for that man to be dead. I can't. I mean, hell, you beat us in court. You don't take it personal. But you don't get paid either way. It's not like you did anything real bad. Throwing a couple of hot ones and cool land. You know the man who got killed this time? You know what that force on the
Mark Nash, put that in the chat. In the private chat.
You know that? You get up every day, go out, do maintenance work. Then on the weekends, he was driving a cab out to the airport. 2 jobs. And he volunteers while the time he has left in his church. Church door. A Bethel man. A deacon. 2 jobs. And 3 kids. Did you know that? 3 kids. Young too. 5, 8, 11. Crying their little orphan asses to sleep over this shit because they lost their mama some years ago. Now they out there on their own. You don't believe it? I know you don't believe it. You've been here a whole 2 hours telling me what's truly wrong. You're going to sit there like nothing happened. No lawyer. We called when he gets here, we'll let you know. And nothing to say. I'm sorry, you're the man, but I ain't got nothing to say. You sorry. You sorry for him. You fucking killed him, man. No, yes you did. I mean, we don't think that you shot him or anything. But if you weren't so busy lighting folks up in the high-rise lobby, he ain't coming out of the elevator and seeing it happen. You don't see anything. He doesn't testify. Those kids have still got a daddy to leave. Why he testify?
See, he
Tell you what I think you should do. Not because I think you wanted the man to get shot or had anything to do with you. But I think you could just sit here a moment or two, let your thoughts run, get your shit together. And then I think it might be a good thing for you to like look into those children. No, you sorry. I think I can have anyone left. You know? I mean, just say something. Tell him how you personally think your uncle. Maybe he got it wrong this time because it's wrong. That they lost their daddy behind what happened. You know?
salute box fans. Yeah, this fucking idiot right here. He about to fuck up the church's money with his dumb ass.
Church geek. That was big. Got good to me. What can I say?
Sad enough with you. They're yours?
Yeah, afraid so.
So y'all see they have a particular technique on how they get information from the suspects. Professional liars, the police are.
Defense never rests.
Bob Arum.
What the fuck? Stop writing now. Shut up.
Your client gave no statement. We took no statement. He just decided voluntarily to the victim's family.
Pay attention to the tone. Pay attention to the tone to which Maury Levy talked to D'Angelo right there. It says a lot about who he is. And if you are at the 32, 33 mark where I am, this new cop that you're seeing is Detective Sidnor, who Lieutenant Daniels went to earlier to the other mayor and the other guy that said he's on the short list of major, and he said, "Give me Sidnor. If y'all got your worst guy, give me your best guy too."
Is Avon Barksdale. And Avon Barksdale only. No side trips, no sprawl. Primary investigators and Briggs from my unit. And Briggs from my unit. McNulty from homicide. They keep the file. On the street, we work partners. Briggs and Sidner, Kirk and Carl. McNulty's with D'Angelo, Mahone and Polk. Chris Bruce and Freeman.
To start with, we got 9. To start with, we have 9 or 10 open homicide files to work back. McNulty and Santangelo down already. Kirk, Marvin, sitting at me. We'll be targeting street business and rolling back up the next day.
Freeman, Chris Bluesky are going to start out in office. Clear. You need a prosecutor. You need a prosecutor. Rhonda Perlman from narcotics is assigned.
No, we don't have enough desks yet, so we got to share. Y'all for president?
No.
Like I was saying, we promised some computers and surveillance. Questions?
Who signed the overtime pledge? No OT, unless private authorization. Case goes from red to black by way of green, Lieutenant. You people bring me something that needs OT, you get OT.
All right, so now that they have the full detail put together, they've all got their assignments and their roles and who they are being partnered with.
But notice how McNulty stayed. He always wants to be the leader and shit.
Well, he is. He was assigned the leader. That's what Daniels just said. He said the casework belongs to McNulty. He's going to lead out a homicide.
Why apologize at all if you got nothing to do?
We lost the state's witness. You in Baltimore, that's supposed to mean something, right? Just go to the
We are at the, or I am at the 35:55 mark of episode 2, season 1.
I'm at 35. I'm at 36 now.
Yeah, 36 now, me too.
Kenlo, where you at, Kenlo? Put it back in the chat.
All right. So McNulty just showed Lieutenant Daniels what came of the interrogation with D'Angelo Barksdale, where he wrote the letter. He does realize that there's nothing that he can do with the letter, but it shows that there's something about D'Angelo that he can be broken if given opportunity. And now, if y'all notice, this is D'Angelo finally bringing his son and his son's mother around his family, because Avon has put together a family get-together. And you can tell by the dialogue that this is the first time that Avon is meeting D'Angelo's son. And Avon and Stringer is the first time they're meeting his son and his son's mother.
Oh, shit. Tank.
Put it in the chat. Put it in the chat.
Peep. No, peep the scene. Peep the scene right now. I know you already know. Peep the scene.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said put it in the chat, because I already know what you're talking about. Put it in the private chat, though. Put it in the private chat. All right, so if y'all notice, Avon said he gave D'Angelo's son to another family member, said, "Take care of my little soldier." So that's how he sees his people, his family. They are raised in this. And now, as we saw earlier with the red hat and what Bubbles was doing, when Kima was taking pictures from the rooftop, Bubbles is now going to explain what it is that they were doing.
parting ways with some hats that I'm selling. Someone you need to know. I put the red hat on. Give me here, take pictures. They ain't a mix, they get another color. They ain't shit, they don't get shit. They're running the hats part of Marcel's crew.
At the terrace. We haven't hit the low rises yet.
That's sharp. I like that.
But not.
I ain't so good with names, but faces I keep in my head.
I used to take him down skating and let him look at the wall. He called me that night, telling me it was this corner, that corner.
They $25 pop. Some money? Yeah. How much does the hat routine pay? Nothing. We're feeling this.
And Bub's a piece of shit because he the reason why the motherfucker got beat the fuck up.
Right. No accountability.
Piece of shit.
Because of your scheme, nigga. Yeah, that's how it goes.
That's how it goes, right?
How you feeling, Bugs?
I can't stand that shit, man. You fucked up. You decided to run a scheme, and y'all got caught.
Piece of shit. You know what I'm saying?
Now you over here telling on motherfuckers because of some shit you put in play. Check the private chat, Kyle.
Yeah. I mean, in the
That's what you're talking about?
Huh?
Check the private chat. Let me know if that's what you was talking about.
Yes, sir. That's exactly what I was talking about. I just peeped that shit, dog.
I know. All right, now look at this scene right now with Avon and D'Angelo. Pay attention to this. It's gonna come into play later.
Shit, man, I don't know nothing. Why was you right? Well, they was talking about the man who got killed and his kids. They asked me, what you got to do with them, B? Yeah, that's what I said. Then they started crying about how the kids ain't doing so good. So, I'm like, it ain't gonna hurt for me to say I'm sorry the man got killed. What the fuck you gotta say you sorry? Motherfuckers try to put your ass in the stud. Yeah, but it didn't turn out that way. So I'm saying, it's a shame that y'all. I'm saying, it's a shame what happened to that man. All right? Because he wasn't doing nothing but coming off the elevator when I was doing that thing that I was doing. What you think? Guys. What? I said, what you think about what happened to you? You think we killed him for you? Speak your mind. Yeah. Exactly. You don't know and you don't need to know. And if we did, we had a reason. And if we didn't, we had a reason. But either way, you ain't got shit to do with it. It ain't on you, cuz. You feel me? It ain't on you. Now, if you get jacked in, I don't want to hear shit about you writing nothing to no one. Got it? Yeah. Come on, man. Let's go and have some good time and get some ribs for the ribs up.
See, he getting soft and shit. You know what I mean? Now he getting soft. But he the reason why the shit went south with his stupid ass.
We have probably the worst group to be together, as these police officers are portrayed like no other police officers in other TV shows, as they are drinking on the job, on duty, and have decided to go to the terrorists their own. Presbeluski, who incompetently shot the wall and who has incompetently shot up his own car, shouldn't even have a pistol anymore, let alone be in the streets. and you can tell by the mentality of the conversation that they're having that Carver and Herc are used to strong arming uh, the citizens in the community that they police in. And here they go.
And wait till y'all see what's about to happen to these fucking idiots.
No spoilers, no spoilers. Let's see.
Huh?
Hey, how many of us have dealt with police in our community that act like this?
True shit. True shit. He let the
Because
white boy, he let the white boy talk him into this bullshit.
They have no respect for the target that they're chasing.
Move, shitbird. I ain't doing nothing. I got nothing for you.
He fucked up again with
Piece
his
of
dumb
shit,
ass.
piece of trash. And this is cause and effect. This is what eventually you're seeing happening in today's time, where they keep showing you, well, this officer was shot, and this officer was harmed. Well, it's because of these things that they're doing in the streets in these communities that they're not showing you on a daily basis when the cameras are not there. And you can see that the community is responding to the behavior of the police. And this dummy just firing up at anything.
Fucking idiot, man. Look how McNulty sorry ass is living.
So they went out there, like like Mark said, and Kyle's pointing out it's just cause and effect. How they treat the community, and the community retaliated the way they retaliated, and ended up backfiring on the officers, Herc, Carver, and Presbalusi, who had no business even being out there. And now McNulty has woken up to see that the judge has put out the information that he gave him to the newspaper.
Fucking McNulty.
Where is he right now? I can pay him, sir. Move that fucking desk out of my unit. I do not want that fucking man's desk in my unit. That's Crutchfield's desk.
Sunday's paper. Sports. Gotta check out the front page.
And that scene showed that Major Rawls doesn't even really know his own personnel as closely as he should.
No, Mark, you all right, man? You didn't get that in the way. Everybody know
So
Marlo
everybody
is.
haven't watched the show.
Put that timestamp. Put that
Assuming that
timestamp
people
in
know what
the
that is.
chat, Tank.
Yeah, I was just answering his question because he put it in there. But I can't put that timestamp because I'm not in the at that spot no more. I'll put it on my phone. But yeah, the characters that ain't introduced yet or the storylines that ain't introduced, we can't assume that people know because not everybody has watched the show. And the people on the playback, we trying to get to follow along with us too as the weeks and series progresses. Now watch this dialogue between Lieutenant Daniels and these guys the next morning.
I got a 14-year-old in critical but stable condition at university, and 2 witnesses who say one of you, Princess Cole, copped him with a button of a pistol. I got his mother over the IID filing a formal brutality charge, which for her will make it even 4 in the last 2 years. But all of them true. I got one less crown Vic that I had last night. I'm out 2 Kevlar vests that burned in the car, 2 handheld radios, a shotgun, and I'm about to lose this idiot here for a week or 2 of medical. And for what? What did you learn when you went into the terrace at 2 in the morning to conduct field interviews? What valuable information did we acquire from this situation?
Shit. Not a fucking thing.
Me off.
You will see the paper bottle and notice officers Hawker and Carr, both of whom had already sustained injury from flying projectiles. Rather than use deadly force in such a situation, maybe you are likely to approach things rather than interrupt the battle. Maybe when you raise the bottle, it's making a man use the camera, not the handle of your service weapon to incapacitate the suspect. Practice. You fuck the bullshit up when you talk to a tunnel.
All right, and that was the show. Lieutenant Daniels is a leader that looks after his guys.
And also the
But
reason
the
why
problem is, I was gonna say real quick, the problem is that when you look after certain guys, you got to what they say, know the room. Because are you helping out the wrong people who don't deserve it? My bad, Kyle.
No, he wasn't a witness. No, he didn't testify in court last week. What? You don't think it's a roundabout a witness? Lawyers, clerks.
and then McNulty still with his bullshit.
Tell you. I called the deputy, not the newspaper. I gotta run.
And you see how they gave, and that's what's wrong with the police, man. They give these niggas license to do this type of bullshit.
Right.
And that's why I'm glad there's cell phones, because you can't really
The department puts you on a case that doesn't work. You're giving people that are useless or untrustworthy. If you push too hard and you should hit the fan, you'll be blamed for it. Correct. You don't push hard enough and there's no rest, you'll be blamed for it too. The game is rigged.
The game is rigged, but you cannot lose if you don't play. I love that dialogue between him and his wife.
For sure. Fucking McNulty always want to feel sorry for his fucking self instead of getting his shit together.
And this is disgusting how they just had this entire scene where the police are investigating what happened, and they're there the whole morning looking at the scene, but they don't take the damn vehicle out of the neighborhood. So they leave the neighborhood to look run down on purpose by leaving the Crown Vic there instead of towing it away and putting it in some kind of junkyard. And that devalues the area, the property, and leaves it open for gentrification later on. As you can see, that's all done on purpose because the police had ample time to get there and do what they need to do to get that vehicle out of that area, but they left it there on purpose. And as you can see, it's business as usual because they did nothing to deter what was going on in the neighborhood and the drug game by being out there and cold cocking that the kid that was on the hood of the car in his eye with the butt of the gun. And that whole scene anyway. Because there's no real policing being done. And this damn alcoholic, drunk bastard, drinking on the job. Like, what are you doing? What are you gonna do? What happens if something goes wrong and you out there drunk in the field? And that is episode 2, season 1 of The Wire. He gets called at the end of the episode, he being Lieutenant Daniels, and being informed that the young man, the 14-year-old kid that was on the hood of the car, that Presbeluski cold cocked with the pistol, is going to be legally blind in that left eye of his. And that shows the long-term consequence of incompetent policing, as well as choosing to be in this life of in the streets of the drug trade from the end of the young man who got cold cocked. Like,
hey, look
now,
at
anybody that wants to be a part of this conversation as we talk post episode, try to get in on the panel now, because when Kyle jumps off, we don't know if Cam is gonna be letting anybody in once I go through these comments and see what y'all been saying about the episode and we break down the episode. Go ahead, Kyle.
No, Jalen's fucking crazy. Because I am ready to say that. I'm ready. Jamal, you good, man. Jamal, you good, man. We ain't tripping, man. We ain't tripping. You talking about The Wire, man. It's Wire Wednesday, baby. You know what I'm saying? In the words of the great philosopher, Lil E, I want y'all to breathe air and live life. You know what I'm saying? You know it's all the truth and prayers meet. Thank y'all for breaking bread with me, man. Hey, this is one of the best episodes we done had. Now listen, we're only getting better. This is only the This is only the second episode that we've done this, and we've gotten better. We're able to get into different pockets. We're getting better at getting into the pockets. So the commentary is going to get better the more we do this. And Tank, man, I think me and you gonna have to watch the show the day of together and kind of just get all our shit out the way and talk about it, so that way we can maneuver in. So that way we can maneuver and know what pockets to touch in and get in and get out of. The more I watch it, the more excited I do get. And it's an amazing show. I appreciate all y'all, man. We'll put the link in the chat right quick. Santos, OG, what's up with it, man?
Yes, sir. I agree.
Not much, man. I'm here, just listening, driving.
It'll be easier that way too, because we can use the StreamYard, but we don't have to be live. We can just watch it like backstage and share. You know what I mean? We could probably share the screen and do it that way, since it won't be posted, and that way we don't have to worry about the timestamp either.
Exactly.
Watch that shit and then go through it, because I know you probably wanted to say more. I know I wanted to say more, but it's just not a lot of dead space. There's no wasted lines. There's no wasted time in this series. So it's like you got to get in your thoughts right away. But on some of the stuff, I know, like what you put in the private chat, like I know that comes up, because I don't want to spoil it for anybody else that ain't watching, but I know that comes up because, you know, I've seen this shit so many times, but I got a counter to that, because you're looking at it as a foreshadow to something that happens later on in the story. Am I wrong?
Yeah.
I'm wrong? You're not looking at it as a foreshadow?
Yeah, I'm saying I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah. So, but I can show you in that is it could be viewed that way, but there's other information that shows you that that's not necessarily true. But we can talk, and once I tell you, you're gonna be like, yeah, that does make sense. Like once I tell you offline, but
yeah, we'll talk about it off white.
We're gonna definitely talk about that. Because soon as you said it, I already knew what you was talking about.
Yeah.
I was like, check the private chat.
Best pugilist, man. It's good to see you, my brother. Rob Brown, of course. Mark Nash, man, I appreciate you, man. Every Wednesday, every Monday, every Friday, breaking beats with my motherfucking dog. You know what I'm saying? So make sure y'all hit that subscribe button for the homie Mark Nash. Make sure y'all go see Taylor Bell and get your cell phone. Just things for your cell phones, cases, or your accessories. Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. Make sure you get your accessories for your cell phone. So Taylor Bell, make sure y'all link up with Taylor Bell, and make sure y'all get make sure y'all make that happen. And before I do go, I do got to do this. I do got to give a special shout out. Let me shit. All right. Real quick. All right. So shout out to Get Your Money, the clothing line that was made and established in 2015. Get Your Money is sponsored the show today, and this is one of the hoodies. Get Your Money. Shout out to my dog H. Shout out to Philly. Shout out to the Badlands. Get your money and get your merch. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my dogs out there in Philadelphia, man. Appreciate y'all for always holding down with me, man, and holding it down and keeping it trill, as Black Fight Fan would say. Let me see what you say. No, we was talking about something else. We weren't jumping around. We was talking about something totally different as it pertains to the show. But yeah, man, we're gonna keep doing these. We're gonna keep doing these Wild Wednesdays, though, man. And we're gonna keep trying to push out great content, and we're gonna go from there for sure.
And yeah, we're gonna do it in order. So like, yeah, those little side comments and little comments that we be having in the chat, we're gonna try. Like Kyle said, we're this is only the second time we've done it in this format. and we're gonna get better. That's why y'all hear me stressing certain things about. Let's just keep it on this episode. We talk about this episode, what we seen in this episode alone. That way, there's no confusion if we jumping around and what y'all talking about and who's this character. And I didn't see no that character. I didn't hear no this particular storyline and who's this. We're gonna keep it on this episode. Whatever episode we watching, that's what we're gonna talk about. We're gonna try to limit our comments and responses, at least in the public, to that.
Okay. No, he. Oh no, we're going episode by episode. Ken, I thought you were saying like somewhat. Yeah, okay. My bad. That was on me. My fault. No, we doing episode by episode, season by season, and then what we'll do, we're gonna just after that we're gonna just do it all over again. And I do want to get shout out to Mark Nash for that botch, man. I'm gonna start watching that. You say that's on Amazon Prime?
What you talking about? What you mean?
The show
that I was talking about.
Oh yeah, Bosch is super dope. Ironically, Bosch is on his final season. Shout out to Jamie Hector, who plays Marlo later on in The Wire. He has a lead character on this from season 1, episode 1.
You just did exactly what we told you.
Why did you do it anyway?
No. I told you. Look. It's no secret. People know who Marlo is from The Wire.
Not if they haven't watched the show before.
Everybody has it.
And if you don't know, you'll hear the name later. But I don't tell you who he is, what he does, where he come from, and nothing too crazy. But he is his name is Jamie Hector though. And I just want to get the brothers flowers. I don't want them to have to wait because we're going week by week. So this is going to be months before they get to Jamie Hector. And I want to give him his flowers because he's an amazing actor. He has a phenomenal range. And Bosch is a very good show. And ironically, this season 2, last season that just dropped, they're walking to the car and they're talking to him about The Wire in the show Bosch. They was like, yo, they was talking about this chick without spoiling Bosch. They was like, yo, you ever seen The Wire? She's like Stringer Bell. And he was like, hell yeah, I watched The Wire. I binged it. So it's funny to hear a guy who was on The Wire on another show and they talking to him about The Wire and they asking him while he's playing a detective, did you watch The Wire? Have you ever heard of The Wire? He was like, yeah, I binge watched.
Now I just heard y'all about to start watching the show, and then you
man, it's just like just those little things like that. Those are like what we call little Easter eggs. You know what I'm saying? So
I don't want no Easter eggs, man. It ain't April.
All right, man, you missing the point.
Hey,
my bad,
Mark wants to watch Bosch.
No,
I love Bosch. I'm on the last season. It's a good show.
I've already finished the 7th season. I'm ready for the spinoff, but I'm not talking about it because I know that the characters that are, I know the actors that are in it, and being that it's Wire, as you know,
yes sir,
that can, you know what I mean.
It's cross paths. Let's
just
say this, Tank. Let's just say this: The Wire spawned the career of a lot of actors that you won't even realize you know them from The Wire. So you be like, oh man, yo, he been playing a cop ever since. Oh man, that's another good actor. Like a lot of people got their spark. Shout out to HBO with Oz and The Wire. Like they really put a lot of writers, a lot of young filmmakers and actors and actresses, producers. Like these people went on to do a lot of these. Bro, just read the credits. A lot of these people went on to work for the Law and Orders. They went on to do bigger and better things. Look, Michael B. Jordan is a little braided kid in The Wire, bro. Mac Wiles became Mac Wiles. He did Beverly Hills. He's an artist. He's a, you know what I'm saying? But it started with The Wire with a lot of these guys. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to The Wire.
So after The Wire, we're gonna do that show.
Oz.
You want to do Bosch?
Yeah, we're gonna do Bosch after we do The Wire.
Man, y'all should do. Man, we should do Oz one day, man. If we don't do a whole, if we don't do,
I'm not doing Oz.
You can't do Oz.
It's a little too much Lil Nas X shit going on in the Oz.
I'll let that happen.
I get it.
But to Mark's point,
but I'm gonna give it y'all later.
Yes, sir,
listen, y'all hold it down for Centos, man. Hold it down for him.
Where you at? What happened?
No, he
working.
here.
He on the
He here.
third shift.
But
He on his route.
All right, for sure.
Yeah, I'm in the drunk tank, man.
Oh God. Oh God.
But to what Mark Nash was saying is that a lot of people, and this is my point, that this is what I've noticed. We assume that everybody has watched The Wire, and we that I'm referring to is those of us who've watched The Wire multiple times. We assume that because of how old this show is and how great the show is and the number of actors that played the different characters in the show have moved on to be prominent characters and in other shows. We assume that everybody's already seen The Wire. But what I am learning and what I have learned over the years is that many people have not only not seen The Wire, some people haven't even heard of it. And the ones that have heard of it just heard that it's a show that they should watch, but they haven't yet taken the time to watch it yet. So that's why I'm real keen on paying attention to characters and actors being spoken about that haven't shown up on the series because of the impact those actors have in the roles that they have, right? But as Mark was pointing out, these guys and girls that are on this series, they are on some of your favorite movies and TV shows that you've watched, and you have no idea that they got their start or their main start on The Wire. And it's a dope thing to see when you watch other series like Bosch. Even Snowfall has particular characters.
The Shy.
What's the show? Jack Ryan, The Shy, Boardwalk Empire,
Law and Order.
Law and Order. I mean, the list goes on and on and on and on. So what's the show with the superheroes on Amazon, Mark?
What the
Boys?
crazy?
The
The
Boys
Boys with the crazy
I mean,
superhero. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, the Wire.
Some of you guys who have, yeah, exactly, bro. Some of you guys recognize Deputy Commissioner, that they're referring to as. Whenever you hear Deputy Ops, they're talking about Irvin Burrell right now, where we are as far as episode 2 of season 1 of The Wire. And some of y'all who are, who are my age, remember and watch the movie Coming to America. Y'all notice that Deputy Ops Burrell was the manager of the apartments that Simi and Akeem lived in on Coming to America. So some of these actors have been around for quite some time, and you're being reintroduced to them as the actors are able to get into
McDowell's, nigga. It's McDowell's, not McDonald's.
But you know what I'm talking about, though.
I feel you. Hey, Tank, but let me ask you this.
Dude in the hotel,
let me ask you this, Tank. How do you break down the episodes without what's your plan to break down the episodes without telling too much of what's gonna happen? And what's your plan? How we do the breakdown afterwards? Do you have like a lesson plan?
Yeah, I just do it the same way I did it last week. So I'm gonna go through the chat and I'm gonna look for any comments about this episode. That's what I'm gonna do first. So I'm literally scrolling right now, looking for comments about this episode. And each episode is telling its own story. Each episode has a story arc in its own, and that's how we'll do it. That's how we'll maintain sticking to the script, because we'll only talk about the story in that episode and where we are. We can talk about what the episode was before and the episode that we're on right now.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Perfect.
So like a lot of stuff happens in the episode, but
right. And if you've seen it, you know the foreshadowing, but you can't disclose certain things. I get it. Play it, like boxing. Each round is a round of its own. I get you.
So what we'll do is we'll say these are things to remember. Like I said, when the conversation between Avon and D'Angelo took place, I said pay attention to that, because that is going to come into play later on in the story, right? So that's what we're talking about, Mark. Remember, you know what
Yes,
I'm talking
sir.
about when they had the scene.
Oh,
So like for
I
example,
already know what you're talking about, and I know
so,
what happened, so I ain't gonna say too
right.
much.
So
So
like
yeah,
for
I'll
example,
just follow your lead. I got you.
still scrolling through the chat. Bub's a legend, though. Smart ass junkie. Yeah, but he's a smart ass junkie. Um, but he has at this point in the series no accountability in the story. I say that in the story. This point in the story, he has no accountability for his role and why
Who you
he's
talking
doing what he's
about?
doing.
Who you talking about, Tank? For the people who just tuning in.
Jalen's comment says Bub's a legend though, smart ass junkie. So Bubs is if y'all watching, that's Bubbles, the guy who was putting the red hats on the guys at the towers, right? So we have two settings in the street. We have the towers and the pit so far. And at the tower, early in the episode, we saw Kima Gregg snapping pictures from the rooftop when she was up there with Herc and Carver. And you had Bubbles, who was her CI or contractual informant, who's a junkie, putting red hats on certain individuals down there as he's trying to pretend like he's going to sell them brand new hats. That's what he's talking about. Oh, yeah, Bub used to get that thing back in the day. Y'all got, you can't have nice shoes without having a nice brim, a nice hat to go with it. So that's Bub. So that's who he's referring to as Bub is a legend, and he's a smart ass junkie. And so what I'm referring to is that he is, he is a smart ass junkie, but up to this point in the story, as of episode 2, he has no accountability for why he's doing what he's doing. And what I mean by that is in episode 1, we saw him and Johnny using fake money to buy drugs and scam the drugs or steal the drugs from the drug dealers. And he tried it on one day, but he didn't get caught. They found the money because D'Angelo was encouraged by Bodie to check and count the money when these guys in the pit give him money. He's used to going working at the towers. Remember, he's demoted in in episode 1. So he's coming from the towers to the pit. So he has to learn the things that go on in the pit. And he learns that there is incompetence in the pit because Wallace, played by Michael B. Jordan, right? He has a stack of money and he took money that wasn't money. So the next day, or the next time, I shouldn't say the next day, the next time Bubbles and Johnny tried to do this again, it was Johnny who did it, not Bubbles. And they had their eyes open and they caught it, and they stopped Johnny from running away and beat the hell out of him, put him in a hospital in all them tubes. And then Bubbles decided that hurt him so bad, he's going to go tell the police and help try to bring down the crew that did it to him. And what I'm saying to that is that no accountability on his part, because that only happened because it's what he was doing.
Right. The white boy was square. The white boy was a new junkie. Let's be clear. The white boy was new to the scene. But Bubs was smooth. He had finesse. That's how he was able to do the hat hustle. Like he had finesse. Like he a slick talker. He get through a lot of times with because he's been on the streets a long time. He has the guy who plays Johnny, who you might know from a show called a movie called Kids. He played Telly on a movie called Kids, where he had that damn HIV and was walking around the whole day passing around and didn't know it. Fun fact. But yeah, man, this shit is amazing right there. And it's crazy when you break it down that way, Tank, because it all started there. It was like that was the beginning of the end. Because the cops really, people are dying, it's bodies, people are missing. We don't know where the bodies are at, but people are dying. It's gunshots, but people are missing. And we don't even know where the people are missing at yet. And I'm probably getting too far now. But it all started with
Nobody
That
missing right
damn
now.
counterfeit money with Bubs.
Dang.
Bubs trying to teach that dude how to do the hustle. And that dude, and they caught that dude. If you remember episode 1, the dude was looking shady. Like D'Angelo, like everybody eyes kind of caught him like, hold up, you look shady. And we already don't have some fake money. Like, hold up, let's check him. And then, you know what I'm saying? So
No,
you
and
was
what
right.
happened was, my bad.
Nah, I'm done. Go ahead.
Okay, so what happened was he was trying to cut in line because he was nervous that he had fake money. So he was trying to cut in line, and Wallace this time, who after being chastised for taking fake money in the previous episode, he tells him, "Hold on, wait, you're making me lose my count." And so Johnny tries to force money in his hand because he's cutting in line. Well, Wallace, because he didn't want to lose his count, he throws that money on the ground. And that's when they see the money hit the ground, like Mark is saying, he's already having shady behavior because he makes a scene by cutting in line. So now everybody looks up and see what's all the ruckus. Because you tell him, man, hold the fuck on, hold on, wait a minute, wait your turn. And he's like, no, I just want this, I just want a couple vials, I just want a couple vials. And then they look up and they see when Wallace drops the money on the ground, what fiend is gonna walk away from the money? And they saw him walk away from the money. And then when they went over there to pick up the money, that's when they realized what was going on. And Bodie was like, that's the motherfucker that was robbed, that got the fake money. That's how it went down. That's how he got his ass whooped.
And to be clear, D'Angelo didn't even want to do that. He was like, it is what it is, and he walked away. You know what I'm saying? He could have stopped it, but he was trying to show that he was built for the pits too. Like, hey, this ain't just my birthright. I came from the towers, and because remember, Bodie was like, man, what you want us to do? And he could see the wolves want to get him, and he was like, I can't hold him back because that would show signs of weakness. They was already looking at him like, bro, you know what I'm saying? Like, you a Barksdale boy, like it's your blood right. You only down here because everybody knew he got demoted. You don't supposed to be down here. He was the flyest nigga sitting in the middle of the projects. You know what I'm saying? Thick ass leather jacket on, chains. You know what I'm saying? He looked like he didn't supposed to be down there, and he acted like it, like he was, but like he above it. He didn't like it, but he got to do what he got to do, and I think he let that happen. I don't know if you saw that too, Tank, where like it's little things with body language, eye contact. It's a lot of things that aren't said that are in the script, and these guys are acting their asses off. Like some of the best shit is not even said. It's like facial gestures, head nods, the whistle with some guys. You know what I'm saying? Like just the way their presence is when they enter a scene and everybody start moving and shaking. Like that, man, that shit ain't the most elaborately shot shit, but when you watch it, you realize, man, they worked the hell out that budget, and you can see the budget getting better and better as the show keeps going. So, man, America's pastime, like I tell people all the time, I don't care if you live in Chicago, Atlanta, like if you live in a metro city somewhere, especially where you have a high drug crime area, like you can relate to this, man, especially if you got a minority, a major minority, like you get what I'm saying, where like Atlanta, it's a black city with a black mayor, but the state is like a Republican state. Like it's so many things that you can relate to here in Atlanta, that's going on in Baltimore, in this New York, DC, Chicago, LA, you know what I'm saying, like Houston, when you have black police commissioners, but yet black people are still getting arrested at abnormal proportions. Drugs are high, crime is high. How is this still happening? And you realize, man, everybody has their own agenda. The police, from the school system to the projects. It's just so much going on, Tank. And I'm about to slide, man. I'm gonna still be here. I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna just mute my mic. I just want you guys to know, man, this shit is incredible what you guys doing over here, and I'm so humble and I'm so proud to be a part of it. It's amazing.
Yes, sir. And so, to what Mark is saying is that the direction of the show is what has to be given credit to, because of these little facial expressions and nuances that you see the actors making, that's coming from the directors. The directors are directing them. This is your character's motivation, and the actors are able to establish that by bringing that to life. You know what I mean, with the looks they do and all and emotions that they show in their characters. Mark in the chat said they trying to show him how to keep people in check, and it backfired. You want to elaborate on that comment?
Oh yeah, I can agree. That's what I was talking about. Because that was the beginning
What
of
what
the end.
scene?
He could.
What scene
Oh,
is
I
that?
thought it was talking to me. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, what scene are you talking about? You said they trying to show him how to keep people in check, and it backfired.
When they went, because that scene where he had the opportunity in episode 1 to tell Bodie, nah man, yo let him slide. You just don't come back here no more. Your money's dead. You can't shop here no more. He could have did that. He chose not to do that. I'm talking about Johnny when he gave them the green light to beat up Johnny, which put Johnny in the hospital, which made Bub say, "Hey, I want to bring down this organization." It was like it was a domino effect that came from D'Angelo. It all started with D'Angelo at the beginning. He was like it all started with him and Bubs and Johnny and the money and him thinking he have something to prove. He still he always wants his uncle's approval. He wants to feel like I belong. Look, I'm keeping the G code. I'm keeping it real. I'm everything I said I was. But right then he could have made an OG call and was like, nah, y'all let him go and don't mess with him. But he felt like he had something to prove. Even with the way they put the camera on Bodie's face, Bodie's eyes are bucking like, man, what you want to, you know what I'm saying? And the way, just even the way the shot is, look, sometimes when you watch the show too, you got to watch the angles they film from. A lot of times they show people getting shot. When I say shot, I don't mean physically with bullets. I mean, they're going to film people from upward angles to show they have positions of power. They're going to show people being filmed from down, and you know what I'm saying? From different angles to show they have a position of less power. Like all those things matter.
You said no, that shows LT is just as 40, in my opinion. What was that referring to? What scene was that?
Are you talking? Say that again. Thanks. Say it again.
You said no, that shows LT is just as 40, in my opinion. You want to elaborate on that one?
You reading in the private chat or the main one?
The main chat. I'm going through the main chat so we can break down anything that people's talking about this episode.
I got to scroll back. No LT. I'm looking for me.
1:13 a.m.
All right, 1:13.
I think that's when you was talking about the lieutenant, Mark.
Yeah, the lieutenant when he told him the story.
And what I said? Cause my chat only go back to 3
It's just as 40. No, okay, so you remember
Yeah, you was talking about how he was, you know what I'm saying? He basically sound like you were saying he's like a cop at heart, Mark, you know what I'm saying? He part of the system.
Yeah. I meant dirty. Yeah, okay, yeah. LT is just as dirty when he's telling the cops how to get away with doing illegal shit. Because you had probably said something like, Lieutenant Daniels is showing he take care of his guys. I get it from the cop perspective, but I'm saying no, he's just as dirty.
Right. And
and he just want his numbers to look good, and we're gonna see that more as the story progresses. Not just
as you
him.
said, he wants the institution to stand no matter what. That's a great
right.
Great point. Felony years. You said the lieutenant was wrong as fuck. Yes, he was, and that's what happens in whatever institution that we work in. We try to sometimes we cover for our person that we work with. And but that's what I meant by sometimes you got to read the room. You got to, and this was a case where, you have people that are under you that you don't even know. You're not used to, so you don't know if your advice is going to help them or hurt them. So he's just doing what he knows. It's not like he knows these guys personally. He obviously has some kind of awareness after the fact, because after the fact he says this is going to make an even forward complaints on Hurt, you know, but that could be interpreted as he looked this stuff up on his after being notified of what happened. Like, man, who or being notified of who he's working, who he has working under him. Like, who are these
Right.
guys? Because I don't even know who these people are. I just asked for manpower, and they sent me these guys. So I'm just kind of reading their jacket to see who they are, but I don't know these guys per se. And
I don't know
so
who that is.
sometimes
I don't
I
know
don't
what
know.
that
Yeah,
static
somebody got
is.
some feedback on their mic on their
It was
microphone.
Rob. It was my boy Rob.
So what we have here is him trying to be a good leader, because in the end he's in charge. So as he was talking with his wife, it all falls back on him. And as Mark was saying, you know, he's about his own career at this particular point in the story in episode 2, as you can see. He has been given in episode 1 his marching orders from the deputy ops, aka the deputy commissioner, and he's just trying to do what he's been told to do. And if he go and as the conversation happened when he was talking to the guy at the elevator, who told him that he's also on the short list of being promoted to major, like he is. So if you know that you're on a short list to be promoted as major, you don't want something on your jacket that you have guys operating outside of your supervision without you knowing.
Right. Let me ask you
I
something.
think
Has everybody
Lieutenant.
Hey
Make notes,
Rob.
he was a drunk.
Hey Rob
Yeah.
Santos.
Yeah. What's up?
You guys, Cam, all of you guys, have y'all seen The Wire at least? Everybody on the panel, or no?
Yeah, I've seen it twice, but I just kind of I try to keep it like just on one episode and go scene by scene. That way I don't spoil nothing. You know what I mean? I almost try to block out and forget where I know the story going.
Yeah, me
just
too.
try to,
Yeah,
it's hard to do. But
Yeah,
I
I
was
like
gonna
once you know
mention
the
something
characters.
you guys were saying. You guys were saying about that lieutenant, man. I kind of, you know, his character. To me, he kind of did a couple things, and especially in that scene where he kind of showed, you know, his I guess you call him subordinates or whatever. That he's not oblivious. You know what I'm saying? Because if you look at it, they kind of, to me, the whole episode they were showing that he was kind of, even going back to episode 1, but this episode they kind of was setting them up to fail. You know, and it's like he's trying to show them that, look, you know, he knows the politics side, like the office side, but he also kind of knows the street side too, by going in and just asking them the simple questions like, your actions don't make sense. Like, what were you doing? How you gonna interview somebody at 2 a.m.? How you gonna explain that to people? You know, and then you know, so he kind of showing he know the street, and then when the guy makes his statement, he's like, basically, no, that's stupid. That's not gonna hold up. You got to say this because, like you said, he's looking at like, hey, my career on the line with this too, because they already set me up to fail, and whatever y'all do is fixing to fall on me too. So, you know, he's playing politics there, in my opinion. You know, but he's showing them they're gonna have to do things different from what they are used to doing too.
Exactly.
Right. They gave him
Exactly.
a group of ragamuffins, a group of misfits. And the show is called The Wire for a reason. They ain't even got to the phones yet. Like, that's the thing. Like, they ain't got to the wire yet. It's a lot of character development. I miss character development in shows, and this show has so many characters. It's from the kids to the drug dealers to the police. Like, it all ties together. And it's a beautiful tapestry of film. If you got the time to look at it, and if you guys want to get ahead of us, that's cool too. You know what I'm saying? Take your time, get ahead, and come back and get caught up. You know what I'm saying? Or watch the breakdown and do it with us. But this is amazing, bro, because like you guys said, it's hard to put it in a box. Tank, like, how much can we talk about the show without spoilers? Can like Like, how do you describe the show to somebody who's never seen it, but you want them to be interested in watching every week?
By talking about what we see in an episode and breaking down what we see in the scenes that we're watching. Um, to RB's point about Lieutenant Daniels, that is exactly what Mark and I was saying. When you could look at uh, the nuance of the way the series is written with the characters and the way they're portrayed by these actors, they're not one note actors. They're not one note characters. They're not one dimensional characters. They have a lieutenant who obviously likes his position, but at the same time, he understands, like Robert was saying, that look, there's a way to do what you need to do, but you have to be able to explain why you're doing it. So you can't say that you guys conducted field interviews without having something tangible that came from the interviews. So like Robert was saying, Lieutenant Daniels is asking in that scene, what valuable evidence did you guys obtain from these field interviews for being here at 2 o'clock in the morning? What valuable piece of police work did you give us to add to our detail that we can put in the file to justify you even being here? Y'all out here just wilding out doing your own thing, but you're not even looking at one step ahead of what you're doing, let alone 2, 3, or 4 or 5 steps. All right, let me get back to these comments because I see they're still coming in, and I want to get to them all before I get off. I don't know. Yeah, that's Mark's talking about what he said earlier. These conditions can be found in any major inner city in America, in North America, in the United States. You can find all of these situations taking place. He said, my brother's a police officer. Blah blah blah. That's not about The Wire. Oops. Well, fuck it. It skipped all the way. Or did it? Or did I just tap too fast? The show exemplifies how cops often break the law for the greater good, Mark said. That's a great point. It shows that no police have a lot of issues. We have some black brothers out here working as police officers. We want to. I'm trying to stick to the comments about the show, guys. So I'm skipping over a lot of comments that don't pertain to this episode. So I see y'all having a conversation about policing in our communities. Kyle, will you keep watching it in order, or will you be jumping around? Yeah, we already addressed that. Not everybody has seen it. Stop spoiling it with this. I can't tune in. Yeah, y'all have to find a way to watch the show because watch it along with us. We are trying our best to timestamp it and put timestamps in the chat so that you guys can enjoy it with us. Cam said Bodie said he wanted to throw him off the bridge. Right. That goes back to what Mark was talking about earlier in the scene with D'Angelo in episode 1, where we're learning about this character as well. So we're learning about this entire crew that D'Angelo has been demoted into working with in the pit. And you can tell that the alpha personality in the pit, now that D'Angelo has switched places with the person that was in charge of the pit, is now Bodie Broaddus. And when that whole scene went down with Johnny, D'Angelo was indecisive in that moment. And because he was indecisive, Bodie, his personality took over. And like Cam said, he was like, man, we're going to throw his ass off the bridge. But that was a wrong move as well because that's just too much, right? You don't want to kill him over that, but you want to send a message. And that's what Stringer Bell ended up telling D'Angelo the next day, or excuse me, the next time he saw him, is that he can't show any weakness while he's out there in the street. At his core, I think Lieutenant Daniels. At his core. In his car, I believe Lieutenant Daniels is a good man. Or at his core, I believe Lieutenant Daniels is a good man, and he really wants to clean up the city of Baltimore. He's just working with the hand he was dealt. That's 100% facts by Mark Nash. He said he's willing to slightly bend, but he's not a straight up and down, break the rules type of guy. A lot of guys he were sent for his unit. They don't care. They'll break the rules to get the guy. Minority is a good cop. Oh, Mick, I think you said McNulty. I think you meant McNulty. McNulty is a good cop,
Yeah,
but he's a smart cop, but he's a flawed man.
Flawed
man. You can find yourself rooting for him, but you also have to find yourself rooting for the bad guys. That's one of the most brilliant statements, because it talks to what I was saying earlier, how these characters are multi-dimensional in this series. Usually when you watch a show like this, or any kind of crime drama movie or TV show, the direction is given to the audience on who it is that you're rooting for, right? For example, when you watch The Sopranos, it's in the perspective of Tony Soprano, and you're rooting for him. So anybody that's trying to oppose Tony Soprano as you're watching the series, you tend to look at as the antagonist to your character, right? So when they have the FBI coming in, the police coming in, other families that are not on the same page as Tony Soprano, those are the people that you're rooting against.
Right.
Same
You're
thing when you
rooting
watch
for-
Law and Order, or like Law and Order, like, right? So like you watch Law and Order, that's from the police perspective. So no matter what kind of character they bring in to be the quote unquote bad guy of the episode, you're still rooting at the end of the day for the police to catch their guy. Whereas in The Wire is nothing like that. The Wire just gives you scenarios and people that live in this major American city, and you decide what's going on for yourself, because there is nuance to each and every character. There's good and there's bad in almost each and every character, and it shows that there's no one side that's better than the other side. It's just an amalgamation of people that have real life issues and personalities and situations that they live in. But go ahead. I think that was Mark that was
I
chiming
just
in.
want to echo your point. It shows that, I hate to use this name, but I'm gonna just say it for polarity, right? Just to be polarizing. Look, Donald Trump said it best. There's good people on both sides. Like you see,
Right.
like you realize, hey, Stringer Bell is, yeah, I'm a drug dealer, but look, the guy's taking college courses.
Oh,
Shit. Hold on. Let me rewind. Allow me
First
to
episode,
retort.
first
Yeah,
episode,
I'm
second episode.
tripping. Okay, you realize that it's guys in the drug game who don't want to be in the drug game. They got bigger ambition. Yeah, they break the law. You'll also find, as the show go on, it's cops out there who's breaking the law. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, they want to get the bad guy, but we have bad shoots. They
Well, we
cover
saw.
it
We
up.
don't have to go. We don't have to see it long. I don't want to cut you off, but
Yeah, I
we
fucked
saw
up
in
with
this
that one
episode.
part.
In
Yeah,
this
yeah.
episode, cops broke the law. Don't worry
Right.
about what's
Cops
gonna
broke,
happen.
yeah, okay. Yeah, cops
In
broke
this
the law.
episode,
There we
cops
go.
broke the
In
law
this
by doing what
episode,
they did.
cops broke the law, and you see good cops trying to cover up for bad cops. You
Facts.
get what I'm saying? And that is a problem that's still going on to this day. So I think that's something that should be talked about more. Also, you'll see that, yeah, even in dealing drugs, guys do have morals. Yeah, I'm a drug even in the drug game, you have an addict who's a fiend who is out there working with the cops, putting red hats on guys who are in charge of criminal empire. He took it upon himself to infiltrate the drug game because you guys hurt somebody. Like, be careful who you shit on, who you piss on. You know what I'm saying? Because that one person could be the demise of $1 million operation. You know what I'm saying? Was that good without talking about a lot?
yeah. Y'all gonna get used to, like, y'all gotta understand. I've done this so many times. I'm used to talking around spoilers. I'm used to tap dancing around by getting the point. So Like when you ask like, how the hell are you doing that? How are you gonna talk about it without talking about it to get people?
Right.
I'm just so used to it. I've done it for years, and I'm able to talk about it without giving any future story plot lines away. It's just like a secondhand nature. I can't even explain it myself outside of what I just said. But yeah, that was a great
I cleaned it
breakdown.
up at the end. I cleaned it up at the end. Man, where's Cinto said and Rob Brown? Where's Cinto said and Rob Brown? Cam? Anybody?
I'm here, bro. I'm just waiting. I'm waiting till we get on talking about, you know what I'm saying, this episode and some of the scenes, letting y'all cook a little bit. But I'll jump in.
We caught up on the chat, so we can go in on it. All chat is caught up. So
Mark.
Go ahead. Whoever want to start it off talking about any particular part of the story that we saw in this episode and in the first episode, and how the first episode links to the second episode, and the second episode has callbacks to what we saw in episode 1. Go ahead.
I got something on it, man. I was thinking about the subject of D'Angelo, kind of, something I thought about in this episode, because, as they was interviewing and they started, kind of targeting them because, these guys are good detectives. They kind of see the weakness. I tried to go back to episode 1. And to me, he showed a little bit of weakness in the courtroom, when they're there, they're observing. He was fine, and then it's like he looked back at Stringer Bell and had this uncertain look, and McNulty is sitting right there observing this. And to me, that was like the first crack in it, And I just kind of thought, like, I remember hearing about the nature versus nurture type thing, where nature is like, what you kind of inherit, you know what I'm saying? And to me, D'Angelo is perfect. He's part of the family, so he kind of inherited it, but he didn't grind to get it and build it. You know what I'm saying? So to him, he's not going to do whatever to protect it. Like you guys are talking about that instance where money was being taken out their hands and stuff like that. He doesn't know what to do in that. And then when somebody else, did something to the organization, a little kid got killed or whatever, he's like, man, they didn't have to do that. But see, that's somebody who didn't grind for that coming up. You know what I'm saying? It's something that was handed to him, so he doesn't see that. Look, the smallest, huh?
Are you talking about Grant who got killed?
No.
Well, when they talking about the little, remember when they was getting him to write, and they was talking about the little kid when they was interviewing him?
Yeah, that went for the haircut.
Right. Gotcha. And he goes, well, yeah, man, they ain't have to do that. And then they show the guy, of course, the picture of the kids, and he's like, yeah, man, they ain't have to do all that. But see, you would say that if you didn't, if something was handed to you, then you don't see the work that was put in. And so you would say that, oh man, you didn't have to go that far. But this ain't yours, bro. This is handed to you, but I had to get this out the dirt. So yeah, I'm gonna go as far as I gotta go to protect it. You know what I'm saying? So to me, I don't know if I explained it well, but to me, it's kind of a little classic example of nature versus nurture. Why is the difference?
You did, and it ties right into why I said pay attention to the conversation that Avon had with him, because to your point, it ain't his shit. It's Avon and Stringer shit. That's why he said, if we had a reason to do it, it had nothing to do with you. And if we didn't have a reason to do it, it has nothing to do with you. Right? He said, it ain't on you, cuz.
Exactly. And that's why I say, like, and you can see a little bit of resentment that he's got, that even when his uncle, when they sat down and was sitting on the step talking, he was like, man, you ain't say nothing, did you? He was like, I don't know nothing. How am I say anything? To me, that was more of a response. Like, you know what I'm saying? You're not cutting me in, and even the lesson of him being demoted, it's like that little bit of doubt and resentment that's there. You know what I'm saying? And throughout the 2 episodes, he's been trying to show that, look, I'm the big man in charge. But man, you let that lawyer come in there and slap you upside the head and refer to you as you people. You know what I'm saying? But you over there trying to front on little kids, bro.
Thank you, bro.
So
And
I don't
even
know,
in
man.
episode,
It's just interesting, Go ahead, go ahead.
no, you finished your thought. You said it's just interesting that something.
No, I mean it's just interesting that and to me you kind of see it on both sides. I mean, because he's starting to see that he kind of feels like, well, maybe my uncle was wrong because he's already feeling wrong about the way he was demoted. You know what I'm saying? And so now that you see that seed of doubt starting to be planted, and he don't know his place. He wants to show his power, but he don't show it at the right time. He don't know when to use it. And to me, even the cops, their side of the episode is, power is only effective when you use it at the right time, and they don't know when to use it.
Right, and he's showing that he has an intelligence about him, and that's why they make sure to show you that with the chicken McNugget scene, right? To let you know, man, look, this ain't about the people who put in the work on the lower on at the bottom, right? You can come up with all the great ideas. You can come up with all these different ways on how we can improve the business, but at the end of the day, it's not your business. It's not that person's business who still, to his analogy, works in the basement of McDonald's, right? We are the basement of the Barksdale organization. And knowing that, you have to know your place and your role. Everybody has a place and everybody has a role, right? It is up to the people at the top to elevate the chicken McNugget guy out of the basement and give him a different role. It is not what necessarily that person does on their own merit that warrants them to be elevated. The person above them has to acknowledge that their contribution matters and that they deserve another spot on the team. And to your point of when you said that D'Angelo, he doesn't know how to use his power, and he's trying to make in one word or the other, he's trying to make it seem like he's something that he's not. Right? He's proven in episode 1 that he's a poser, right? Because he posed as this tough guy when Bodie said, "Well, what you do?" And he said, "Well, I shot a nigga." Right? He showed that he's a poser when he was at the bar and he's talking to the stripper who asked him to buy a drink, and he says, he slips up. At first, he says, "I work for Stringer," and then he changed it up to "I work with Stringer" to try to make him seem like he was on an equal footing as Stringer, because she knows from her position in the strip club that when she walks in or goes to work, that Stringer's the boss and Avon's the boss because they telling everybody else what to do, and it's clear as day. So if he says, "I work with Stringer," as opposed to "I work for Stringer," it makes him, D'Angelo, look like he's more powerful and more important in the organization than he actually is. So that's to your point. Also, he has been shown to be a poser in these first 2 episodes. He wants credit for being something that he's not. But then, as we've seen, once he got put in that interrogation room, right, away from all these other people, away from his real audience, he's in there crying. He's in there, "Lord Jesus, they didn't have to do that. My thing. He was just coming up. All that bitch in him was coming out." And then he got slapped in the back of his head by the damn lawyer in front of the whole precinct.
That's right.
Go ahead.
I ain't never heard you talk about that about nobody. I ain't
Say
never
that,
heard you
say
say.
that. My bad.
I ain't never heard you talk about that about nobody.
What's that?
I've been listening to you about 9-10 months. I ain't never heard you. Like, yeah, you start talking with that bitch in you. Got that bitch in you. I was like, I had to look at my screen. I was like, is that who this?
Hey man, hey, don't let
that's not the sweet science.
Hey, don't let the articulation fool you, brother. It's South Central LA. That's where the roots is. Compton, California.
Let me get familiar. I gotta get familiar. I'm still new around here, man.
Hey, what my nigga the game say? He said, "Compton, California, we can never go soft." So don't let the articulation fool you. I just read a lot. Well, my bad.
That took you
I look
somewhere.
at my screen.
No, Tank,
Yeah,
hey, look,
the show
Tank
does
sound like
that.
he was on probation one time because a nigga just like D'Angelo was like, yeah, and then you in there crying like a little bitch. You got that bitch. You know what I'm saying? It was like a skit from Saturday Night Live. Tank, you sound like somebody else. I ain't gonna lie, that shit was hilarious. Great for the playback. I'm sorry, but please continue.
Hey.
I had to unmute for that. That was hilarious.
Go ahead, Santos. You want to chime in if you got something? Cam or RB or Mark? Go ahead.
Oh man, I'm behind you guys on that. I mean, I watched it years ago, you know, but I still hadn't done. I hadn't been on my binge on it lately.
Okay.
So I just been listening.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's a beautiful thing, as I can attest, but I'm like, I guess I'm speaking to the choir. You know what I mean? As they say, or yeah, of course you watch it again. You watch it all the time. You've seen it over 30 times. But like, I'm sure RB, Mark, Nash can point out as you rewatching it. It's such a beautiful thing. I always encourage people to rewatch The Wire, and because we live in this society where it's like, I already seen that. I already know about this. I already seen that. I'm not gonna watch it again. I'm not gonna watch this movie again. I'm not gonna listen to that song again. I'm not gonna read that book again. I already read it. I already know about that. I'm already on it. But there's another thing to rewatch, re-experience, gather things and nuances that, oh yeah, I remember that. Wait a minute, this sets up that. What that foreshadows this. Like when you watch it and you get that rewatchability after you already know where a lot of the story arcs end, it's a much better experience because you have the shock value already put to the side, and now you can just pay attention to all the nuanced dialogue. As Mark was pointing out, damn, that shot, it showed that person was in a position of power, or that person was in a position of inferiority, or that these people are in a rush, or that you know what I mean, because of the camera work, right? These are all the things that you get to notice on the rewatches. You know what I'm saying? So when people be like, "Man, how the fuck can you have watched this thing so many times over?" That's how I'm always pulling something new and extra out of each time that I watch it. When I watch the series, it's that great of a show that you can literally rewatch it and not feel bored in doing so, even though you know where the arcs of the stories end up. Am I wrong in saying that, Rob and Mark?
No. Go ahead, Rob.
No, I'm with you, man. I agree with what you're saying about, watching it again. It's just like, reading a book and watching the movie and watching stuff over. I mean, I don't, it's just like when we started watching it again this time and, trying to understand, because like, I've been out to, the places where some of these things were shot and you see some things in New York. And it made me think back to, I think on the movie Monday, we was kind of talking about New Jack City, and that was like the pinnacle of New Jack City when he got that, I can't remember, was it a hotel or apartment complex? But anyway, he had everything kind of centralized, that was like the pinnacle when he was like at the top of his power when he took over that, and so here they start out there, but you can see the big thing like, hey man, and when Stringer Bell says, hey, give little homie a ride around the way, it's like, golly, bro, you can't even ride with the top dog. This really a demotion. This really showing you like, look, man, you were given the tower. It's like you can tell that people in the organization kind of look like you were given the tower because of who you related to, not because you earned it. And so, yeah, go back down there in the pit and learn your way. And then even when the kids are like, hey, man, what you did to get put down here in the pit, it just, but I wouldn't have caught that because I've seen it all the way through maybe 2 or 3 times. And of course, it's been a while, but I wouldn't have caught it if I hadn't just, been, what you guys talking about, New Jack City on Movie Monday, and then just seeing, oh man, the tower, that kind of relates to what was at the top of New Jack City. And this shows like, man, what's really going through this dude's mind when he get demoted. Like you imagine you show up for work one day with your suit on at the penthouse and they like, nah, we're going to have you clean the boiler room today. You know what I'm saying? It's like, man, you know, I'm ready to go back home, bro. You know, so yeah, you do catch different stuff seeing it again.
Facts, big facts. And before you go, Marcus, I know you want to chime in too. I want to comment on something that Robert just said. Even like that scene where uh, D'Angelo shows up for work that day, and then Stringer is the one that lets him know he's being demoted. When you watch it as many times as I've seen it, you'll notice that that decision was made when the night before when Avon met with him, and the decision was made because of something that D'Angelo said. Right? D'Angelo says, "Watch when I get back to them towers in the morning, I'm pushing the niggas," and that's where what Mark Nash keeps trying to hammer home, and he can't say it enough. Pay attention to the nuances of these actors' faces, because without saying it, without saying one word, if you look at that scene again, and I encourage y'all to go back and watch episode 1, when D'Angelo says, "I'm gonna get to them towers and push them niggas tomorrow," Avon, the face that he makes lets you know that that decision has been made. No, nigga, you need to be demoted because you feel
Yeah,
entitled. You
Avon
think
face
that
is
you
like
gonna,
you still ain't learned your lesson.
you still ain't
His
learned. You
face
ain't
says
heard
you
nothing
still
I
ain't
just
learned
said.
your lesson.
Right.
Yeah.
But
You
it's not
talking about going
Avon.
back pushing people, but you was reckless in the beginning, and that
You're not looking at
yeah,
your role. What
that's the
did you
face he
do?
had.
What did you do in this situation to cause this? You talking about pushing other niggas? You need to discipline yourself and push yourself to follow the rules that you have. Just like when he's in episode 1 talking in the car and Weebay has to pull over. What's the rules? Why are you breaking the rules? Where's your discipline? Right? It's the same thing when Avon made that decision the night before, but it's not Avon's role to let his nephew know that. That is his number 2's role. So don't worry, Stringer's gonna come down there and let you know what it needs to be tomorrow. But go ahead,
And
Mark.
another thing, Tank,
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
that you oh
No, go
my
ahead.
bad, Mark. Go ahead. Go ahead,
No,
Mark.
go ahead, finish your thought, and then Mark gonna chime in because
No.
Mark
I'm
knows what he
listening.
wants to say.
I'm listening.
Yeah,
I've been
Mark
talking a
knows what he wants to say.
lot, bro. I've been talking a
Okay, well,
long time, bro.
Go ahead,
I just
RB.
want to listen for a bit.
but I'll say
Let y'all
this:
talk enough.
something that you mentioned that made me think about it too, Tank. Here is how both these episodes kind of showed that they're two different organizations. You know, you got the criminal drug organization, you got the police, but they actually work in a very similar way. They do things the same way because the Barksdale organization, they're trying to control the narrative. You know what I'm saying? Like by taking out people that's a threat to them and stuff like that. But the police side is also trying to control the narrative based on, you know, they don't want this to show up in the newspaper. They don't want you to report this. They don't how things are reported rather than what's actually the truth. You know what I'm saying? So they can control the narrative. It's just different means of doing it. But each organization also has in mind the cost of doing business. In the first episode, Barksdale was telling him like, "Oh man, that was cool." You know, D'Angelo was saying, "Oh man, it's cool. You know how y'all did it. He's in love with the results." But his uncle has to tell him, "Look, man, that cost us money, bro. You know what I'm saying? And that cost us that time and money and potential for exposure." But then even in this episode, when Kirk and them get crazy and run off and go to the projects at 2 a.m., the first thing the lieutenant comes and says is, "Look, you got to justify why I lost a squad car. I lost Kevlar vest. I lost this. I lost that. And what is intelligence did you get to justify losing all this? Does it cost? Is it equal?" That's business. You know what I'm saying? But it's funny how both organizations are operating the same way. It's just a different side. They're going about it a little bit different, but still similar because it's all about numbers in the end for both of them in these two episodes, you know?
Facts, bro. Brilliant. All facts. It's showing the parallels of both sides, and that's what we were saying earlier. Is that this show is so unique. It's not telling you one side is better than the other. One side is more or less moral or ethical than the other. It's just giving you scenarios and it's letting you know there are parallels in both the street life and the police life. It's flawed, on both sides. Discipline is an issue on both sides. Accountability is an issue on both sides. Great breakdown, bro. See, it ain't that hard, right? When you start talking about it, and you're like, wait a minute, we're just gonna stick it into the wheelhouse of the first two episodes. There's actually a lot to talk about when you pull from just what we've seen so far. And it's gonna only get better and better as we get to episode 3. And now we get to use episode 1, 2, and 3. You know what I'm saying? It's its own story, and we can consolidate our comments to that. You know what I mean? It's just so much. That way, it prevents you from talking about going into that spoiler territory, because there's so much to deal with what we're seeing right now that we can build on and talk about. And that's a great point, is that parallel that the show is purposefully showing you, scene for scene.
Yeah, because in these first two episodes, I mean, it's a lot of, I think Mark mentioned it, that we hadn't even really got into the meat of it, but it's a lot of setup to people's mentality, because, here's the uncle trying to teach, D'Angelo, look, bro, this can run without you. I can make money in the towers without you. You're not the reason we're doing this, so don't get above yourself, But then on the other side, you got Hurt, where to me, he kind of showed deep down the mentality that a lot of them have, that it's cool as long as you acting stupid with them and doing boneheaded stuff with them. But when he couldn't figure out something, and Greg's, she came up with that good idea, and she's smarter, she's a step ahead of him, but he couldn't take that. You know what I'm saying? He's like, he starts trying to, when you see her influence kind of rubbing off on man, what's the other dude's name? I forgot the other dude that's with him.
Carver.
Yeah. When her, influence started rubbing off on him, he's starting to kind of admire, her a little bit and follow her lead. Herc is like, no, you know what I'm saying? That's gonna leave me as the only stupid one. You know what I'm saying? And all this is gonna fall on me. So it's just interesting that he's kind of showing deep down that he's got an issue with not only her being a female, but her being a female of color and kind of being ahead of him here. And I thought it was interesting that even the lieutenant kind of navigates that by, McNulty's a problem, but he still puts him in a type of leadership position and kind of acknowledges him in front of the colleagues. It's kind of like that bring your enemies close type thing. You know what I'm saying? And that kind of, you could see it in McNulty's face. That kind of shocked him a little bit, but that kind of also curved him. It kind of gave him what he wanted, which is to be, seen as being so essential and smart to everybody, which is funny because that's what D'Angelo wants, to be seen as so important to the organization, And that's what I saw there.
Great point. Because even in those scenes, and I'm glad you went there, because that was going to be my next thing that I was going to point out, is that the foreshadowing of how these characters' personalities are, is we saw that when Kima, Herc, and Carver were on the rooftop, as she's doing what she's doing, you can tell they doing their regular little silly stuff that have nothing pertaining to the case, where he's asking her about her sexuality and personal business, right? And she tells him, I mind you asking, because or do you mind if I ask you this? And she lets him, yeah, I mind, right? And then he as he's watching her, he's like, man, she's not even talking to us. She's about her business. And what is her business? What is she doing filming and taking pictures of this guy down there, putting these hats on these guys? What's up with this hat thing? He started asking, and she still don't talk, right? And then, like you pointed out, when she realizes that something went wrong, as Wee-Bey gets up and leaves, as he gets word that McNulty and Bunk are in the pit messing with D'Angelo, and they leave, she leaves to follow them, right? But then what do you see on the rooftop? like you said, you have Herc and Carver, two peas in the pod, but one of them is saying, I don't see any stripes on her shirt. Why is she acting like she's the boss? Why is she telling us what to do? When they had all just been clearly given their roles by Lieutenant Daniels, and he's let them know who's doing what. He still feels this way, like you said, like you pointed out. He still feels this way because she doesn't, quote unquote, have any stripes. She doesn't have an official ranking over us to be telling us what to do or talking to us as if we need to do what she's telling us to do. But then you see the beginning of the differences between Herc and Carver and their personalities, because what does Carver do? He tells him, hey, yo, shut the fuck up. I'm trying to do this thing. You can already see that, right? And that was a great point that you brought up. You can already see that there are two peas in one pod, and it goes back to that later on in the episode where Herc convinces Carver after a couple beers to go to the towers with Przewalski and mess with the people, because he's like, this is not how we learn to do it in the Western District. We bang heads, we intimidate, we push people around, we let them know what time it is because we have the badge, we have the shield and the gun. And he gets him back on his BS. But at that time, when it was just them two, Carver was able to stand up to that and say, yo, she said clip everybody that he puts that red hat on and click away. And it is a case that we're doing. We are on this detail, and I'm going to take it serious if even in that moment. And it showed that there is a beginning of a difference between them two. Go ahead. Anybody want to chime in? I'm looking at the chat. Dihad just said, if I had a channel, I'm keeping records of anything. These is the age of recites. Nobody top your recites. Or receipts? You mean receipts? The age of receipts? I don't know if you meant recites or receipts. But y'all go ahead. If anybody want to chime in on anything else before I ask a question.
No, I think it, like you were saying, that scene where they kind of convince each other to go into the project, that was like Herc's frustration kind of boiling over, and it's like at that moment, it's kind of showing the police in that situation what they often do. They forget that they serve and protect, and they go for intimidate, and then they started viewing it as us versus them. But then you ran into a situation where you're taking on the whole projects, bro, and it's just three of y'all. And all of y'all have been shown to be incompetent. So I think it just kind of showed that, and conversely on the other side with D'Angelo, him thinking he's smarter than what he is, he should have followed Bodie's lead. Bodie got up and left. He said a statement, got up and left. But D'Angelo sat there like, I'm outsmart him and talk with him. And then when he tried to leave, he was in too deep already, So it shows, that frustration. It kind of clouds your judgment and stops you from doing what you should do.
All right, so let me see. I'm going through some questions real quick. So, what? And each of us can answer this. We're going to go around the panel. What were your initial takeaways from the episode? What were your initial takeaways from the episode?
You asking us?
Yeah, we go on the panel. We're on the panel. On the panel, and anybody in the chat, if y'all want to answer the questions, y'all can also type it into the question.
You know what I just thought of when y'all was talking about D'Angelo? Wasn't Stringer and Wee-Bey watching when he got arrested?
No, they were watching him get confronted. They left before the arrest took place.
Okay.
No. Correction, Tank. Actually, when they put the handcuffs on him and he was walking away, the camera cuts to Stringer Bell's eyes sitting in the passenger side of the SUV. Yep. Two SUVs pulled up. Stringer was in the passenger side of the Benz Jeep, and he's looking, and the camera gives a slow zoom in on him, which is I ain't gotta say much, but yeah, I
So
caught all of that. Yeah.
right. So my question is, why wouldn't the lawyer should have been there sooner?
Well, this is not that kind of TV show, right? This is a TV show that they're letting you know that takes place in real life. So the lawyer has to be contacted. The lawyer could be in the middle of doing something else,
Right.
right? He could be working on a case. He can be uh, at his son's or daughter's or wife's or recital, right? So, like they said, it took 2 hours for them to get there. That's real. It takes place in real life. It's not like a
No,
regular
that's
TV
right.
show where it's happening right away. You know, they're letting you know these things are happening in real time. So the time that it takes them to get from whatever part of the country that he lives in, you know, we assuming they lives in Baltimore, but Baltimore is not. You know, what about traffic? What about detours? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I feel that. My initial reaction was just I'm stuck on that Bubs. I never looked at it from that side of view before. Like when you first were explaining um his what would you say his
Motivations. Or,
yeah, there you go, his motivation for it and how he was the main culprit, not the main culprit, but he set the play and how he wasn't taking responsibility for it. I was like, damn, I never looked at it like that. Like he was trying to play victim this whole time when he did set the play.
right. This nigga over here crying about this and crying about that, and uh, they did my boy wrong. No, you did your boy wrong. You can't own up to it.
Big facts.
You did your boy wrong. You put him in that situation, and you know that he wasn't ready because you told him he's green, right? You told him he's green. But yeah, like Mark was saying, uh, one of my initial things is that I take away is we're learning the roles of everybody and the characteristics of everybody on the show, right? When they put the handcuffs on D'Angelo, um, they zoom in on Stringer, and he squints, right? He looks, and he's given a look as what is going on? Why is the police here? And what we know as an audience is what just happened? What did they just do? What call was just made that we know of between episode the end of episode one and episode two? Gant was killed. The witness in the case that D'Angelo just got exonerated from. So Stringer is already piecing together in his mind something ain't right. You know, we clipped the dude, and the police is already on D'Angelo and arresting him, or at least detaining him, right? Because uh, he was never placed under arrest. He was brought in for questioning. That's why I say no. You know, he wasn't arrested. He was not. What I was going to say was he was detained and brought in for questioning because technically they didn't arrest him at all. But when you look at stuff like that, when you look at stuff like uh, McNulty and and Bunk, the way they operated in that interrogation room when they brought him in for questioning, there's no rules for the police. They can lie, they can tell you whatever they want to tell you because they know What we know is that anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. They already know that. So they're gonna say whatever the heck they want to say in order to pull something out of you, or if you're gonna write something down, or if you're gonna say something to incriminate yourself. They can tell you that the guy was a church deacon. They can tell you that the guy had four kids, and they can tell you that the kid's mom died, and he's a single father, and it's your fault because if you hadn't been doing what you've been doing, your uncle wouldn't have done this. They can do all of that to evoke emotion out of you, and you can't turn around and be like, "Hey, y'all was lying the whole time." It doesn't matter. You admitted what you admitted, or you made the move that you made, and it shows that the police can lie to you, but also it shows that Bunk and McNulty, they already got this kind of synergy between themselves on how they work together to do that. And they damn near almost lied. They tried to lie to Lieutenant Daniels when he got there because Lieutenant Daniels said, "Is he part of my case?" And then Bunk, so used to lying, "Oh no, sir, this is a potential suspect in my murder investigation." And then like he called him on it. Like you said, he's like these guys know the streets. Lieutenant Daniel knows the police department. And he says, which may be a suspect in my investigation. So like these little things show us the character development. Like Kyle was saying earlier, when we get to see a little bit about Bodie when they're asking questions, and he says, "Well, who's your friend?" And he says, "I ain't say shit. Well, me, you, and your friend Mr. Shit here." Because Bodie, he like, "Man, I'm not talking to y'all. I wasn't raised to talk to y'all." And as a matter of fact, anybody that spend their time witnessing shit gonna get got. And I understand that that's harsh where you come from, but that is just how it is here. So we get to see these little character developments from our main characters, and that was my takeaway that I really liked about the show. Even on the police end, when you have Major Rawls letting you know that he says verbatim, he says, "I don't have no problem throwing them out." You know what I'm saying? Talking about McNulty, like we need to pull him off of this case because he's going to dig in and make this worse for us. And you can tell that Burrell is removed from that. He doesn't even know who these people are, what they doing. You know what I mean? He just wants to get the judge off his arse. He just knows that the judge is telling him what to do. And Raymond Forrester, the CID commander that's in there, he's like, "Yeah, we already know it's coming from McNulty." So it's letting you know that all of these guys have some kind of role moving forward, and these are the personalities that they have. Go ahead, Robert. Go ahead next. What is your takeaway?
Yeah, similar to what you were saying. Kind of what I was mentioning before. I thought I saw a good example of nature nurture. And power and the way you're supposed to use it. That look on Stringer Bell's face and some of the looks that you see. At this point, it's like he's starting to see it's too many coincidences, involving D'Angelo here. And then on the other side, I just saw so many parallels between the two organizations, the so-called criminal organization, and then I'll say the legalized criminal organization for the police department, because both of them are willing to break rules and do what they feel that they have to do in the name of winning. You know what I'm saying? The Barstool organization willing to drop bodies and clean up behind themselves in that way, while the police organization also wants to do the same thing. And just looking at it, it's almost like they all want to find somebody to blame for what's going on. And McNulty's a problem on the police side, and obviously there's D'Angelo that's a problem. So, it was a good episode. You see how the police, in that instance, lie and manipulate, and how they try to act like, they're identifying with the person. McNulty does that well, try to appeal to identifying the person with the person and get on the same common ground, but then get you to slip up And like you said, whatever you say can and will be used against you, you know. But on the other side, when, you know, Avon is speaking to nephew or speaking to different people, he's also listening carefully and closely to what's being said too. Because, you know, you can use words for a while to cover up what you feel, but once emotions get involved, it's gonna come out, you know. So that's kind of my takeaway from it. Just the parallel between the two different organizations, but they operate a lot the same.
Yes, sir. Santos and Mark, y'all, what y'all got? What was y'all initial takeaways from this episode? Whichever one I want to go first.
I'm still listening, man. I'm playing it back.
Oh, that's right. My bad. Go ahead, Mark. You on mute. And salute to DJ. I see DJ in the building. You on mute, Mark, if you're talking. In the meantime, I'll read this comment. DJ says it was. Oh yeah, for sure. Let me get this comment. DJ said. Let me see. Let me go back up. Mark said, facts. It never says nothing going to be held to help you in a court of law. It's so important that you be quiet, that they tell you, hey, if you can't afford a lawyer, we'll give you one. Right. They'll provide an attorney, a public defender for you. DJ said it was way too soon for D'Angelo to be back on the block. Someone who has just got off for murder should be nowhere near the product or the action. You have to know that he's hot and the cops are watching. To that is 100% correct. But as we saw in this episode, which is going to lead into my next question after Mark gets this question asked. My favorite episode of this, my favorite scene of this episode, right? Because my favorite scene of the episode was when they have the family get together, right? And there's so many things that we're learning about these characters, and one of the things that we learn is Avon sees this as a family business. He even picks up the nephew that he just met, D'Angelo's son, and refers to him as his little soldier. He just met this kid, but he's already viewing him as a member of the drug trade in the Barksdale and Bell organization. The Barksdale and Bell organization is the family business. So all they looked at it as is you coming to work. You know, they're not looking at it as, okay, you just came off of a murder, because they're looking at, well, murder is double jeopardy. They're not looking at it like, okay, he's going to be hot. We're just moving him over there to the projects and give him a different role, when what DJ said is perfectly true. He shouldn't even be in that position if you see him as something other than another soldier or another pawn in your game of chess, as the kingpin of this organization, right? And that goes back to that one scene, like I said, where he refers to D'Angelo's son as my little soldier, on the first day of meeting him. Mark said, DJ, you're right. 2021, he will not be back on the block. If so, nobody wouldn't shop or serve with him. I don't care who your uncle is. Let me see. DJ said, especially since the police and the ADA feel like you made a fool out of them. Well, they don't know that yet. Especially since the police and the ADA feel like you made a fool out of them when they feel like they had you red-handed. They are going to find any reason to lock you back up. Right. And the link is in the chat in case you got time to jump onto the panel, DJ, because I know you recently have just watched it, so this stuff is fresh in your mind, and you can give your input as well, um, and your perspective on what you're seeing as well, if you need be. Mark said, Tank, is it a breakdown anywhere with the people around the real story? Because we know this is based off a true story. Is it a breakdown anywhere with the people around the real story? There are multiple documentaries that you can find on YouTube um, uh, uh, where you have people talking about um, the names that are used. And there are other documentaries where the creator, David Simon and Ed Burns, talk about their uh, their creative process into not only what names that they chose to use in the series, but also that the names that they used for the characters in the series are not necessarily just that one person. They are a combination of many people that did the same thing that that character did while they were in uh, the Baltimore city, uh, doing whether it's on a police end or a street end or political or whatever the case may be. As they brought up the mayor in this episode, Mark Nash says, "I'm just curious of how much of this breakout and the fallout was true, and how much was the writers and directors taking liberty. Oh, all of it is taking liberty. It's all 100% liberty. Um, these these names that you see on this series on The Wire are just the names that they chose to use. The characters themselves are multiple people. They just some of the people did some things, but another person did other things, and then another person did something else, and then they put all two, three, four different real people into one character. That's how they did it. So it's 100% liberty. No, it's not. Uh, it's based in reality, but it's not following an actual story that is particular to one character that they have named. They just use the names because those names are popular names in Baltimore. I hope I explained that right. And I'll get more into that as certain characters are revealed um, in the series, right? So like there's a real Bodie Broadus, there's a real Avon Barksdale that exists, but the Bodie Broadus as it's portrayed in the series is not the same Bodie Broadus that was in real life. The Avon Barksdale that is in the series is not the real life person. These are just uh, uh, a compilation or amalgamation of different real life people, and they just chose a certain name to go with because of the name rang out in the city. Barksdale is a huge name in the drug trade out there. That was a huge family, a drug family. All right, so my next question is going to be: what are some of your favorite scenes in the episode? Pick the scene or scenes. You know, if you have more than one scene that you liked, and say why you liked them. Go ahead, Cam, Robert, and then we'll go to Mark. You have a favorite scene or favorite scenes that you picked, and why'd you like those scenes? Mic check, mic check.
Let's see. You said, did you? We're going in order, kind of.
Yeah, go ahead. Well, who's that? Who's that? I wasn't looking at my screen. Is that Cam?
Sorry,
There's a lot of feedback.
Rob.
Yeah, go ahead, Rob.
Yes, Robert.
You can go, and then whoever want to get in after that. I don't know if Cam stepped away from the mic, and I think Mark is eating. You put in the chat. But go ahead.
Yeah, I actually like the opening scene when they actually get the crew together, the police crew, you know, or the task force, if I can call it that, and just the looks on everybody's faces for this particular thing that they're doing, and even when they come down to their new office or their location, it's just kind of interesting. It kind of shows you what everybody thinks of them and where they're starting at here. So I appreciated that scene, and I also like the scenes showing how smart Kima is. That little interaction between her and McNulty, even where she kind of won his respect just really quick when he was like, "Hey, look, do this, run these numbers down," and this, and she's like, "It's already done, already in the file," and to know that she was there observing what was going on, and they didn't even know she was there. It just kind of established her intelligence as a character. So I like those two scenes, particularly this.
Same for you, Mark. But you have a favorite scene or any favorite scenes, and why?
Too many, but I'll just grab one out the air. Because every scene is important for its own reason. Without doing too much foreshadowing, I'll pick this scene. I'll pick the scene with Bubbles and Kima, where Kima is on the roof, and she shows that she's on point. She knows her confidential informant. You know what I'm saying? They have a plan set out, and she still isn't really trust what's the black cop name? He goes on to be in not Breaking Bad, Walking Dead.
Harper.
Harper, yeah, he plays the priest in
Carver,
Walking Dead.
Carver.
Carper, yeah. But that
Ellis
guy,
Carver.
man, yeah. I love how she's dominant in her performance. Like every time she was on camera, man, I think her name is Sonya Song. Like ever since I saw her in The Wire, she's always had a breakout performance to me. Whether I saw her popping up on The Chi or Law and Order. So yeah, she was truly captivating every time she was on scene, and she has a commanding voice. She's a pretty young lady, you know what I'm saying? Even though she has a stern persona, beautiful sister, great actress, and if I'm not mistaken, she got a twin sister, right? Don't she got a twin sister? Yeah. So, yeah, man. Look at God. So nice he did it twice, right? So, man, I love her performance, and I love that scene right there where her and Bubbles working those guys, and he putting those hats on them, because even that shot right there, the bird's eye view, you, the viewer, are the lens of that camera. You know what's going on even before everybody else. You know what I'm saying? I don't even think the dealers ever knew it was the hats. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that was crazy. Beautiful performance, and it sets up so much in the future.
Facts. That it plays a huge role in the overall story. And even in this episode, they allude to that by showing, even to RB's point about the intelligence of Kima earlier, that shit, her snitch is a good snitch too. You know what I mean? And they got their own routine going, like Mark just said, where this is she's using somebody who knows the people, right? At least their street name, because she asked him, "Do you have a real name on him?" And then he didn't know their real name; he just had the street name, right? Lil Man. He's like, "That's Little Man." And that was the question. If y'all watching on on a playback when I asked when he first put the hat on him. I said, does anybody in the chat, can somebody name the person who she put the hat on in the middle of Weebay and Stinkum? And they was Lil Man. Sometimes I'll be doing that just to see where people's wire uh, 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 their knowledge was at on the show in terms of like the characters and whatnot. Because I knew that he was going to be named later in this episode. But I want to see if anybody knew the name of the person before they named him. But
Now I know
anyway,
you're doing pop quizzes in the middle. I'm gonna be prepared next episode.
I did the same thing last episode too. I said, who was it? It was another character. Oh yeah, it was in the courtroom. I said, hey, does anybody name the three people that's in the room with in the courtroom with Stringer Bell? Because everybody knows Weebay, right? That's the easy one. And so I always wonder if
Who
people
else
know
was
who
there? I can't remember. Who else was there?
it was. Weebay, Stinkum, and Servino. Servino's the one with the dreads. With me, there's like Mark said, there's so many scenes, right? One of my favorite scenes was the one RB said, and it's crazy and we are going to overlap, so there's no problem. We shouldn't have to feel bad about that because we're all watching the same great show, right? And some of us are seeing the same damn things. So that scene where they are introduced to their new office is a brilliant scene because somebody who studies film, like a Mark Nash, he's getting these little these camera things that they're doing, and I keep stressing that because he's the one that's bringing it up, and I'm just trying to piggyback and accentuate what he's saying because when Robert is talking about what this overall says about the situation, we're getting that story being told without any dialogue, right? That whole scene where they go into the building as a group and they're looking for the door. They find the door and they see that the door leads down these crickety old flight of stairs, down another little corridor that looks like a boiler room in Nightmare on Elm Street. They go in there, right? And they realize there's not even any power in here. Where's the electricity? This is our office? What are they trying to tell us? They're doing all this without really any real dialogue. And it just it's pointing to the uniqueness of this series where it relies on its audience to be intelligent. It doesn't it does a great job of spoon feeding you when they need to with little dialogue, with little clips and things like that. But it also does a great job in trusting the intelligence of their audience and saying, look, we're going to just tell this story with just camera angles and the looks on the actors' faces as they walk into these places. And one of the first things you hear is, damn, who you got to fuck around here to get a real office? And you're like, damn, that's their office? They sit these niggas in the basement of the department. And not only that, they can't even have a real meeting. And this is all part of my favorite scene, right? Favorite scenes. They can't even have a real meeting while they're trying to discuss police strategy. You got somebody else doing maintenance in the next room or down the hall. Turn the shit off. You know what I'm saying? What?
What? There's so much going on with that scene, but you don't get it till later. But
right.
The cops are kind of in the same position as D'Angelo. They in the pit.
Right.
Do you get that kind of duality is going on there? Yes. They got to work their way back up. These ain't the best of the cops. Bode ain't the best of the drug dealers. We don't even know. We ain't even met the mayor and the top guys yet in the show. Just like you ain't met the top guys of the drug empire yet. You get what I'm saying? They introducing us to everybody lower level all the way up.
Right. They just reference them. So, but anyway, so like so the guys in there, they in there trying to have their meeting and have their their meeting in this scene, and you hear the guys in there working, turn the shit off. What? You know what I'm saying? And then the motherfuckers, they don't even know because ain't no police supposed to be down here. So the man walks in there and say, y'all from purchasing? So that's a funny scene to
Hilarious.
me because there's not a lot of comedy in the series, but where there is comedy, it's not like The Sopranos where it's like a lot of funny characters. So that to me, y'all hear it on playback. I actually kind of hide. I started laughing on that moment. I had to mute my mic because that scene always makes me laugh when that nigga comes in there talking about some y'all from Purchasing, because you know what I'm saying, they ain't supposed to be down there doing no police work. That's the basement. My other favorite scene is uh the scene where they're that Mark brought up, which was the hat scene, because of the long term implication of it, the 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 technique, and it shows that Kima and Bubbles or Bubs have this chemistry that they already have established, and you understand that is something they are already familiar with working with each other on cases before. And in that same scene later on, you see uh, the separation of the maturity between Herc and Carver a little bit. It's just a little glimpse, but you know that's gonna be our thing. You're foreshadowing, right? And whereas Herc is still talking that shit and complaining, he's complaining, and Carver is adjusting. And then my last favorite scene is the scene where it shows Avon and Stringer are having the family get together, and it says a lot right here, right? Because D'Angelo shows up to the family get together for the first time with his son and his son's mother, and that lets us know that uh, he hasn't brought them around his family, right? He says in there, well, she wants me to move in and get a house and all that. So that lets us know, oh, so not only he has not brought them around the family, but the reason why is he ain't really involved with her like that or his son like that.
Who you talking about again, Tank?
D'Angelo Barksdale.
Oh,
in the
yeah,
scene,
yeah.
In the scene where they have the family get together, the after he writes his letter to the police. Right?
We haven't seen his uncle yet, right?
Avon, his uncle.
Yeah. When he calls the kid his soldier. Like, be careful with my soldier. Was that in episode 1 or?
That was in this episode 2.
He was like, yeah, be careful with my little soldier right there.
Yeah, that's the
Oh,
scene.
okay.
That's the same scene.
And he looks at him like he looks at the little infant as a soldier,
right,
in his army. Yeah, that's crazy.
In his army, in his empire. You know what I'm saying? But even before that, Stringer is like, "This is your son," and then he introduced him to, "Hey man, look at how Shorty favor your nephew." They're letting you know that this meeting is the first time Avon is laying eyes on D'Angelo's son. D'Angelo is trying to keep his son away from the game. These are little tidbits that you get as you rewatch this series and watch these episodes over and over again, right? These are little things that you can see because obviously D'Angelo's been a part of the organization for a long period of time because he's the nephew of the Kingpin. He's coming off of being in jail for a murder that he committed, being in the organization. He's had a tower since the summer, as they said in episode 1. So he's been around, but his son ain't been around. This is the first time his uncle is putting face to face. This is the first. Stringer takes Dinette by the hand, and Avon and Stringer are laughing as they check her out. Let us take a look. Okay, what? And then Avon's like, yeah, man, she's so skinny. Go give her something to eat. Right. So now that goes to my next part of the scene that there's a part that I really love about the scene. You can see Avon pulling puppet strings the entire scene in order to situate a scenario where he is along with D'Angelo. If y'all pick that up, he has Stringer take Dinette to get something to eat.
I missed it.
He takes the baby, you know what I'm saying, and hands the baby off to another family member, and he tells D'Angelo, "Let's take a walk." And then that's when they go upstairs to have that conversation about him writing letters in the police department. And in that point, that's when he tells him, this is not on you. This has nothing. You have a role. That's right. You don't know. You don't know shit but what you know. You know what we want you to know. And the we is me and my business partner, my brother, Stringer. If we had a reason to do something, we did it. And if we didn't do nothing, then we didn't. But it ain't got nothing to do with you. Them dudes in that precinct was trying to put your ass in a stir. They trying to stir you up in the pot and confuse you so that they can put you in the box.
What he
And
write
if
on the
your
letter?
ass
I
don't want to
forgot
be in
already.
that box,
What's on the letter?
and if your ass don't want to be in that box, they're going to try to get you to turn on one of us. You talking to me? What'd you say?
Yeah, what's the letter? What did he? Because he didn't snitch though. What did he write on the letter?
That he was sorry for what happened. He was sorry for what happened to the kids,
Oh.
to the father. Yeah. And so that's
Yeah,
why
he said
Avon
he
tells
would
him,
have stopped it if he could have.
I would
Yeah, he
have
said
stopped
he
it if
would
I
have
could.
stopped it if he could.
And
Yeah.
Avon is like, what the fuck you got to say you sorry for?
Yeah, you shouldn't say shit. You ain't got nothing to do with it, right? I get
Yeah, I don't got nothing to do with that. You know what I'm saying? It's like who was it? When they're having a meeting in the police department, they like Lieutenant Daniel says, yeah, I know it could be a dozen other reasons that a man gets popped and walking around in Baltimore. But what if this is the case, right? That's my other favorite scene when they're in the police department. He's saying, what if they did order the execution of a state witness? And see how dismissive they were? They don't respect the target. Why on earth would they do that after he got off? So those are my favorite scenes. And why? Like Mark said, it's a lot. There's so many different scenes. You know what I'm saying? They all have their little role. Let me ask y'all this. In terms of character, who stole the episode for y'all in this episode? In episode 2, who stole this episode? If y'all want to give a brief character analysis, go ahead and do so. Like a little star spotlight on a particular character,
I set it
whether
off.
big or small. Go ahead.
I set it off. I'll say the character who played I believe his name is Lance. I forgot his last name, Lance. But he plays Lieutenant Daniels.
Yeah, Lieutenant Daniels.
Yeah, I think he stole the episode for me this time. And it's because he showed that he was, man, there's so much, man. Just even walking into that room, the way he was trying to stay professional in that meeting, that room is also symbolic to something that happens later on with other characters and deaths that are happening. And like it's symbolic the way they walk into that room to break the case. When they start walking into rooms and find out what's going on with crime and murders in the city. If you know, you know. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So man, I'm gonna talk to y'all in the private chat, man, because I'm like, yo, some of the symbolism is like crazy, but you don't get it unless you've seen the whole thing already. But shout out to the creators for the continuity of that shit. Looks like a bando. They setting up in a bando almost. You feel me, Tank?
Yep.
How ironic. You get what I'm saying? The irony is just crazy. So Lieutenant Daniel stole the show for me because he also taught that conversation where he tells the cop how to get away with the shit too, which is kind of messed up. But then you also see him talking to the guys, and you can tell he is a leader. He is a leader amongst men. He wants to do the right thing. He's willing to bend a little bit, but he's not going to straight up break the law. Yeah, man, it was a lot of scenes that he had long monologues where he was in the office. Who was he talking to in the office, Sank? I forgot. And they was having a nice back and forth. Even when
you're talking about Perlman, or are you talking about the office that they're working out of the detail? He was in Perlman's
I want to say,
office.
okay, when he was going back and forth with the upper heads, right, with other people, like
yeah,
not
then
the
I've seen they was in office with Burrell and Rawls and
yeah, all of that. It was a lot of background information for him, like which is key because he's a major figure throughout the whole show. But I want people to know when you watch The Wire, everybody you see ain't gonna make it. You know what I'm saying? And that's that's not a spoiler. That's just what makes the show so unique. Nobody's off limits of getting whacked like Oz or The Wire or Sopranos. These were great shows on HBO. Breaking Bad wasn't on HBO, but it was a good show. Like these are shows where these are key and pivotal guys in shows, and you like, man, they ain't off limits. They might not be back for season 2 or 3.
You know.
No, well,
Right.
not never
Yeah,
necessarily, because some people last, some people don't. But I'm just telling people, like every single person, because this man, they're gonna keep over this first season. They're gonna introduce even more characters. You get what I'm saying? But everybody in season 1 ain't gonna make it to season 5 or season 3 or season 4. Like it's just, I'm talking too much.
Yeah.
I'm just telling people nobody's off limits of
I
getting
know,
whacked.
but
Y'all
you
seen
don't.
Sopranos,
When
right?
you talk about anything outside of, you talk about anything outside of episode 1 and 2, you're spoiling it.
Look.
Because what if they're looking for? What if they're looking for all these characters to last until season 5? You just let them know that they're not going to be there.
What? Who?
That's a spoiler.
It's not. It's some characters that ain't even been introduced yet. But you're right. I'm talking too much, and it's my time anyway, bro. I need to
No,
get
it's not you talking too much. I'm just saying in that regard. Like if you say now all the characters that you see in, because we talking about episode 1 and 2. You
But
telling
I'm
the
gonna
people
talk to
that
Jalen offline, because Jalen told me it's a character based off Calvin Ford, and I never heard of that before. We talking about Coach Calvin Ford.
Yeah, I send it to you right now.
Yeah, put that in the private chat. I never heard that before in my life. He like, Nash, you trolling. Like, nah, man. I lived in Baltimore for a bit.
But go ahead, RB. Any characters that stole this show? I mean, stole this episode of the show?
For me,
my bad. My bad. Whoa. First of all, damn, I'm over here. Will you finish, Mark? Do you have something else? I assumed.
I'm done. I'm completely I'm completely done. Just tell me that in the private chat so I can do my research.
I'm writing it right now.
And I'm about to slide, man, to get some rest, man. Love y'all, brothers. I wish y'all nothing but health, wealth, and prosperity. It's your boy Nash, man. Rock with me.
You see that? See that in the private chat? Let me know if you seen it. What you got, RB? Who stole the episode? What character?
I like the development of the lieutenant, like Mark was saying, but for me, who really established herself was Detective Kima Greggs. You know, I like what she brought there. You can see how the lieutenant trusts her, and you see that how far ahead she is. And even McNulty had to acknowledge that, hey, you know, you got somebody equal or a couple steps ahead of you right here that you wouldn't even thought. You know what I'm saying? Because you know, a lot of times people rank different jobs by importance and what they do. And, you know, some of the homicide guys, you know, and a lot of these shows kind of feel like they're above the other guys who's doing narcotics and stuff like that. So that's what it is. That's who stood out to me.
Facts. Mine is the same as Mark's. I think he dipped out. Right. Mine is the same as Mark for all the reasons Mark said. My character who stole the show for this episode was Lieutenant Daniels. I love the and if I had a secondary, it would be Kima because ironically enough, she's his number 2, right? As we saw in not only in episode 1, but in this very episode when he says when he's letting everybody know who to report to. It's Kima for narcotics and it's McNulty for homicide. But the breakdown came from who? Lieutenant Daniels, right? So you have him when the show starts off going into the office, and then when McNulty comes back from talking to the judge, yet once again, he finds he finds Lieutenant Daniels, and as they get to sit down, the first sign of incompetence from Presbelusky pops up when he shoots the wall out of nowhere, right? His quote unquote light trigger pull goes off, and then you start to see what kind of boss, what kind of man, what kind of leader, uh, and and what kind of compromises would Lieutenant Daniels make on behalf of his team and his squad. Uh, because as a result of that situation where he's shooting the wall, he's actually also looking at the group of individuals that he was handed to in the detail when he asked for manpower. So you see him next going to um, Rhonda Perlman, the assistant district attorney, or Rhonda Perlman, and he's asking her, about the people that he has, and he's asking her to use her. Uh, they call it suction in Baltimore, right? We don't. We call it clout or pull over here in Cali. So, um, but I'm trying to keep with the language of the series. So when you hear these words, you'll be familiar when they say things like "you got suction." And so he's finding out that he doesn't really have too much suction outside of the ear of the deputy chief. I mean, the deputy commissioner, who's just basically telling him what to do. So he's trying to get suction out of that. But anyway, so he has that situation. He has that scene with Rhonda Perlman as he's trying to explain the situation, and she's like, "No, my office don't play like that. We don't do that. Y'all tell us what to do. You bring us the case. We do the case work. But in terms of us trying to get you more men and say this or that, or talk about the competence or lack thereof of the officers involved in the case, we don't do that." And then he sits down and he hits it with the Rhonda, right? So it's starting to show uh, Lance Reddick and his range as an actor. After that, uh, after that, we get a chance to see um, the scene where I list as one of my favorites, which is when he's talking to CID Commander Forrester. Uh, 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 um, uh, I'm sorry, CID Commander Major Rawls, uh, Narcotics Commander Raymond Forrester, and uh, and Burrell, right? Irvin Burrell in the office where they're talking about the what came of the conversation between McNulty and the judge earlier in the episode, and they know now that the judge is aware that a witness got killed in Gant, right? They know Gant got killed, and so even in that scene, he's he being Lieutenant Daniels is showing his maturity already from episode 1 to episode 2, where he's like, man, what if these dudes really did that? What if they put a hit on a state witness and he got dismissed? Because you're already seeing the progression and the maturity of his character. And he showed that greatly. And then the very next scene after that, we see him come downstairs and catch it because Ross tells him that Bunk, who is McNulty's partner, caught the murder case of Gant. And so he puts 2 and 2 together and realizes that could be a part of his case. Goes down there and he sees in the homicide wing that he sees that McNulty is already working on bringing in D'Angelo as a witness or excuse me, as a person of interest in the murder of Gant. But he tells McNulty, look, you already fucking up, bro. All you had to do was let me know what your plan was. And if you had brought it to me, then I would have in turn took it up the ladder and presented it in a way that this would work for all of us. But as we know, McNulty from episode 1 and 2, he marches to the beat of his own drum. He's dedicated to his case and is hell bent on proving that no matter where he goes, he's the smartest guy in the room, and he's high off of his own self, right? Um, and it shows that Lieutenant Daniels is picking that up already, and he's already aware of that. And then, last but not least, the last two scenes we see of him is him dealing with the aftermath of Herc, Carver, and Presvelusky going to the towers to conduct field interviews, quote unquote. Y'all can't see me, I got on air quotes. And where a kid was hit in the eye with Presvelusky's service weapon. Presvelusky is firing gunshots up into random apartments, not knowing where these bullets are going, but he still finds a way. And I believe a projectile or something hit Herc in the head. Now he's going to lose him to disability, right, for a significant period of time. So he has to deal with all of that, come up with a story to protect his own leadership, right? Instead of feeding them to the subordinates, which makes him look bad. And then he has a conversation with his wife at dinner about the very thing, and he lets her know, man, look, this is what they sent me. They sent me humps. They sent me mess ups. They sent me incompetent workers. And then these guys went out and did this later on in the middle of the night. This is what I'm working with. They set me up to lose. And she says, you can't lose if you don't play the game. Right? And so these are all the reasons, including this last one, why to me, Lieutenant Cedric Daniels won the episode was because out of all of that story arc, the very last thing we see is him getting a call from the hospital, the officer at the post at the hospital, letting them know that the 14-year-old boy that was cold cocked by Presvelusky is now legally blind in that eye. And you can see that he is contrite. He sees that this is a bigger issue in the department, and he knows his role in letting the officers get off on it because he fed the story to the officer who should have been terminated, gun taken away from him, and him taken off of the streets. But because he played the game, he got his officer a good story and an alibi as to why he did what he did. No, it wasn't his gun that he hit him with. It was the flashlight, right? The kid wasn't leaning on the car, minding his own business. He made you fear for your life and the life of your fellow officers, right? So you see that comes full circle, and now by the very end of the episode, he can't even sleep, and that's why he stole the episode from me. But that's all I got on that. I'm gonna go through the chat again before we get out of here. And because I'm gonna give one last question before we go that we'll answer, and we'll get everybody out of here. So let me check the chat real quick. Go ahead, Robbie, if you got something to say on anything, you could while I'm trying to check the chat to see if there's anything we all caught up. Let me see.
Nah, bro, just it was a good episode. You know what I'm saying? Good chopping it up, getting a different perspective. You know, there's some strong character work in this episode.
Yeah, Mark, that's what the private chat is for, dog. So we can go ahead and we can spoil away amongst each other. He said, you know about Calvin Ford. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, indeed. DJ said, just like Game of Thrones, everybody doesn't make it to the end. Okay, yeah. See, now people gonna be expecting, but it's all good. Mark said, Tank, I stole your study guy. I stole your study guy. Mark said, Kima and Daniels had the most character development on this one. Yes. Yes, that's why I said if I had like a 1A, you know what I'm saying, like some Kobe and Shaq type ish, it would be Daniels and Kima. Daniels just had more screen time, and his arc from the beginning to the end of the episode was just that much more prevalent than Kima's screen time, I guess they call it. Jalen said, yeah, facts, he snapped at Baltimore. Mark Nash says McNulty, D'Angelo, and Bodie was established in season. Yeah, in episode 1. In episode 1, I would agree. Those if there was any character development or stole, because I didn't answer. I I was trying to save these questions for when I'm able to simulcast this uh this show from both Kyle's platform and my own platform. Um, but unlike the last time, this time we had multiple people that was going to be able to chime in. So I wanted to get the questions out, but I have these questions already written down because I already have it's I had a wire podcast that I wanted to do, and uh, and so these were the questions that I had on my on my in my production uh my pre-production ideas and questions that I had put together. Uh, so last but not least, let's see. Do you have any keep in mind moments, right, for the foreshadowing or impact of future story without spoiling, like something that people that are listening to this on the playback um, or in the chat or on the panel that hey, pay attention to this because it plays a role later on. Um, so that's what I mean by keep in mind moments. Um, are there any keep in mind moments or foreshadowing that impact future storylines? And we can go ahead and go from there. That you could think of in this
One,
episode.
one that I had was keep in mind something that you guys brought up: the facial expressions and the silence of Stringer Bell. Just kind of keep that in mind. It kind of plays into his character, but I don't want to spoil nothing, so it's kind of hard for me to do to keep in mind stuff. But yeah, it's people that have been introduced that haven't had a big story, just kind of keep them in mind. They're not there for nothing, but just his silence as opposed to D'Angelo's more having to talk and show. To me, that's important.
Yes, sir. That's a great one. That methodical, uh, what they say, the quietest person in the room, the most dangerous, and all those kind of things, right? All those kind of things apply. Uh, with me, I would say.
Methodical observation. Yeah.
Say that again. You
Observation.
broke up a little bit.
I said that methodical observation of everything.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Um, I would say um, the conversation that Avon had with D'Angelo on the steps, um, letting him know that there are decisions that are made by him and Stringer that have nothing to do with uh, D'Angelo, that are made on a consistent basis that he don't need to know about, and he's not going to be informed on because it got nothing to do with him. It's not on him. That's one thing to pay attention to moving forward. Uh, because D'Angelo was distraught about, well, y'all didn't have to. He was almost saying y'all didn't have to kill him, as if he has a say so on when they decide to, you know, say that somebody needs to die um, to protect the business. Um, also, the scene at the very end, excuse me, before we see Lieutenant Daniels get the call about the kid, we also see uh, McNulty being a complete drunk, but trying to perform a police duty because the guys are breaking into the car, and he tried to go down there and be an on-duty police officer, or at least flex like he was an on-duty police officer, but he was stone cold drunk. like flat out drinking Jameson out the bottle, linked over in a car, but thinks that he is uh uh in a position to affect something on the streets or perform his duties as a police officer while he's drunk. So those are things that I would say to look at, as well as in the very beginning of the episode with Pres Beluski and uh, him being established as a complete incompetent police officer, a complete incompetent police officer when it comes to having a gun in his hands. They talked about earlier where when he had a gun in his hand, uh, not only did he shoot that wall, being careless because, oh, I forgot to take the one out of the chamber, but you're a police officer, right? You're a person that is around firearms. You're supposed to be competent enough and careful enough and responsible enough to know how to handle one safely. But also, when uh, Daniels meets with Rhonda Perlman and she tells him the story about how he shot up his car and that he has suction with the mayor. Somehow, Daniels later on finds out that he is the son-in-law of a character that they called Valchek. Valchek. So they brought him up in this episode. He is the son-in-law of Valchek. Valchek got suction or pull or clout with the first district, talking about the city council, and the city council has suction, clout, or pull with the mayor's office. So that is my keep in mind moments. That is my foreshadowing for future impactful uh, plots in the story moving forward. Um, I don't have nothing from behind the scenes in this episode. I don't think that'll be my last thing. I call it true game, and I said it won't apply to. I have in my notes it says it won't apply to every episode, but there are certain behind the scenes things that I will talk about from episode to episode. But I got nothing else. Uh, I appreciate everybody that's uh, stayed in this entire 4 hours of listening to us uh, talk about The Wire. We watched The Wire. Please watch it with your own copy. Try to timestamp it so that you can hear it and listen it and follow it with us as best as you can. We won't talk much during the episode. We're going to talk here and there. We're going to reserve the talking for the post episode, right? So it's going to seem like it's a lot of dead airspace, but it's not. We're all just watching the episode. So if you're watching these rewatches with us on Wire Wednesday and the playback, and you didn't make the live, make sure that you are syncing your video with where we are when we first start. When we do our countdown and we say press play from the 0 mark, press play, and kind of just know that we are in probably a few seconds ahead or behind, depending on when you press play. Me, I don't pause, and I'm not buffering, so I'm playing straight through with no pauses, no hiccups. That's why my time is the way it is. I encourage y'all to do the same so y'all can follow along with us so it don't feel like you just have dead space. And if you're interested, you have not joined us on the live. We are live every Wednesday. So it technically it's Thursday morning. Yes, I understand that. But Wednesday night, tune in to the barbershop. After the barbershop, we head right over here to the boxing section about midnight or so, and we'll go into our spiel. We'll try to talk about where we are in the story from the episodes that we watched previously, and then we'll do the countdown, and we'll start our episode from the timestamp of 0. Also, we're going to try to get it linked up with my channel so we can watch live. That way, I can simulcast it for the people who follow my other channel that I'm building up. Oh, I should put it in the chat. I'm building up a channel called IE TV and Movie Talk, and I'll do like other breakdowns, not only of The Wire, but other movie shows, probably trailers, something like that, moving forward. But this is fairly new, so I'm at the beginning stages of building this channel up. And here it is. You'll see the link in the chat right about now. So go ahead and click that link that's in the chat that just popped up, and subscribe to IETV and Movie Talk. And we'll go from there. And you'll be able to make sure you ring that bell notification so you get all of the notifications when I do drop something on that page. Outside of that, make sure that y'all like this video. Go to the boxing section if you're listening. This video just came across your suggestions. If you are not subscribed, go ahead and subscribe now. Ring that bell icon so you get all the latest notifications when we drop stuff on this channel. Go on to all the other brothers' channels. Mark Nash, he has a page. He has a channel. He also has marknash.com, a website where you can purchase your merch that he has on the website. Go do that. He also has an album out. It's called Edith. Every Day I Try Harder. And it's dedicated to his mother, who is on the album. He decided to do what a lot of these artists don't do, which is give his mother her flowers while she still can smell them. Right? I think that's just an admirable thing. I think it's dope. I think it's unique. And I've heard the album, and it is fire. So you're gonna hear some actual good hip hop on that album. Please go follow Mark Nash. Me, I'm Tank Obadiah. You can follow me at IETV and Movie Talk. You can follow me on my boxing channel. It's called The Sweet Science Examiner. Or if you just want to get some political, social, political, historical, those kind of things, that kind of content is on my Tank Obadiah TV YouTube channel. Tank Obadiah TV YouTube channel. That is my last words. RB, Centos, Cam, if y'all got anything, go ahead and chime in because we about to be up out of here.
It was all good, man. Chopping it up with you, bro. Appreciate it. Look forward to the next episodes. Definitely follow my other channels. And I was able to get in backstage when you put that link on, man. At the beginning, just letting you know, on the StreamYard, it did work that I was backstage. So
okay, yes,
some
sir.
of you did
So it worked. Okay, we just had an audio problem, I think it was, but I'm glad. I was good. That's good to know that the live went and you was able to get in, so that you already subscribed, you already ready to go. So when the
because the notification when you went live, it went up.
Yes, sir.
It came up on my screen like Tank is going live, and so then I went over there, hit that link, and then it put me backstage, and that's where I sent you a little private message. Like, hey, bro, I can get backstage, so it's working, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We working. It's a work in progress, right? You know what I'm saying? So
that's right. We build it. We're a slow build like The Wire, right?
Perfect segue. Exactly. 100% facts. Shout out to my brother Cam. Shout out to my brother Centos. Shout out to my brother RB. Shout out to my brother Mark Nash. Mark Nash and Robert Brown gave us so much content today, so much perspective. I appreciate it. I love it better that way when I'm not the only one running my mouth. I don't know if people get tired of hearing my voice like I do, but I just try to bring perspective because I do have opinions on the show, just like everybody else. And if I don't catch myself, I just keep talking about it. But anybody that wants to jump on the panel in the future, make sure that right after the episode, we finish watching, Kyle's gonna put the link, Cam's gonna put the link in the chat. Jump on the link, jump on the panel. and we can talk. So we have to talk about it without using spoilers. We do not want to talk about anything that we don't see in episode 1 or 2 in terms of characters that may come out, plots that may come up, any and when I say plots, I mean like character arcs. You know what I'm saying? Anything like that. We will have a segment, like I said, in the questions where we have, I call it what uh, what were your keep in mind moments that we just had with me and RB. And Robert had his keep in mind moments. I had my keep in mind moments. And that'll be our chance to talk about things to keep in mind, but we won't do spoiler stuff, right? We're gonna do it just the way RB did it and just the way I did it. So with that being said, peace to everybody. Stay safe. Be blessed. If you are here on the third shift, if you in the warehouse, if you on the road, if you just up doing something, please be safe and stay blessed. We out. Wire
Word.
Wednesday, y'all. Join up with us next Wednesday. Oh, we got a chat on the way out.
All
Brent
right,
Jones
fellas.
said, if niggas been training for 8 years and trying to fight niggas, why don't tell one of them coaches put me through? I don't know what that got to do with anything. I don't even know who he's talking to. But anyways, man, everybody, peace out. We out here.